The Goddesses of the Vestiges. The Immortal Harem. Act 1, The First Light of Eternity. Chapter 1, The Weight of Infinity. The vestige space was not silent. It never was, not truly. Even in its deepest hours, when the world above lay sleeping and Izuku Midoriya sat cross-legged in the center of that luminous nowhere, the echoes of 8 lives breathed around him like a living tide. He could feel them the way a person feels the warmth of a fire without seeing the flame. Present. Protective. Ancient in ways that made his own 18 years feel like a single word written at the end of a very long book. He had stopped counting the nights he came here. In the early months after the war, when the rubble of a dozen cities was still being sorted by hero teams and excavation crews, the vestige space had been his only refuge. Out there, people called him a symbol. They painted murals of him on the sides of rebuilt apartment blocks. They held candlelight vigils in his honor and named boulevards after acts of courage he could barely remember committing because his body had simply moved before his mind could consider the cost. In here, he was just Izuku. He pressed his palms flat against the floor of light and breathed slowly. The power of One for All moved through his circulatory system the way a river moves through a landscape it has carved over centuries. It no longer burned. It no longer threatened to shatter his bones or blow his muscles apart. It had settled into him the way a great tree settles into soil, quiet and absolute and reaching down into depths no instrument could measure. That depth was what concerned him now. 3 weeks ago he had felt something shift. Not in the world above, but down here, beneath the 7 layers of power he had already integrated, beneath the voices he already knew. Something had moved. Something vast and warm and feminine in its cadence, like a lullaby being hummed in a language he had never heard but somehow already understood. He had told no one. He was not sure he had the words. Tonight he sat very still and listened, the way his mother had taught him to listen to thunderstorms when he was small. Not with fear. With attention. The glow around him deepened from its usual pale gold to something richer. Amber. The color of late afternoon in a world before the rain. He felt the temperature of the space change, not with cold or heat, but with presence, the unmistakable feeling of standing at the edge of a room and knowing, without looking, that someone else is already inside. "You are more patient than I expected," said a voice. It came from everywhere and nowhere, which was consistent with how all voices sounded in this place. But this one had weight to it. A gravitational quality, as if the words were not simply sounds but objects with mass, settling into the silence and staying there. Izuku opened his eyes. She was standing perhaps 10 feet away, which was an absurd measurement to apply to a place with no walls and no horizon, but distance still made sense here because the mind demanded it. She was tall. Not dramatically so, but tall in the way of someone who had always occupied their full height without apology. Her hair was silver white, not the white of age but of something crystalline, something that looked as though it had been that color since the day she was born. It fell past her shoulders in loose waves that the ambient light of the vestige space seemed to pass through rather than reflect. Her eyes were silver too, and they were watching him with the particular kind of patience that only exists in people who have spent a great deal of time making very difficult decisions. She was wearing the hero costume he recognized from records and memorial photographs. The classic lines of it. The cape that was more structural than decorative. But here in the vestige space it was rendered in that same luminous quality that everything took on in this place, as if each thread had been woven from light itself. Izuku stood. He did it slowly, not because he lacked confidence, but because something in him understood instinctively that this moment was not one to rush. "Nana Shimura," he said. His voice came out steadier than he expected. Her expression shifted slightly. Not softening exactly, but the professional evaluation in it gave way to something more personal. Something that moved through her eyes like a weather system. "You know my face," she said. "Gran Torino showed me photographs. And I have seen your vestige before. But this is different." He paused. "You are different. More here than before." She looked down at her own hands and turned them over slowly, studying them with the same expression a sculptor uses when examining work they have not touched in years. "Yes," she said quietly. "It seems I am." Chapter 2, The Architecture of Memory. They sat together at the edge of what Izuku privately thought of as the central platform, that indefinite region of the vestige space that felt most solid, most real, most like a place two people could occupy simultaneously without the geometry becoming strange. The other vestiges were present but had withdrawn to the periphery. He could feel them, All Might's predecessor among them, steady and watchful, but giving this conversation the space it needed. Nana Shimura did not speak immediately. She had the quality of someone who was accustomed to silence being a form of communication, and Izuku, who had spent years learning to read the emotional architecture of people who expressed themselves through action rather than words, waited. When One for All passes to a new bearer, she said at last, the vestiges that come with it are not memories in the way you experience memories. We are not photographs. We are not recordings. She turned to look at him directly. We are something closer to seeds. The original intention of the person, compressed into something that can survive the transfer. Most of what we were is expressed gradually, as the new bearer grows. As the power grows. Izuku considered this carefully. You are saying that what I am experiencing now, the shift I felt 3 weeks ago, is a result of growth. Of the power reaching a new threshold. A threshold no previous bearer ever reached. She said it without drama, as a statement of fact. But the weight of it sat between them like something solid. Yoichi could not have predicted it. Neither could any of the others. They designed One for All to accumulate, to grow with each generation. But they could not account for someone with your particular combination of qualities. My qualities, he repeated carefully. Her silver eyes studied him with an intensity that was not unkind. Your mind. The way you analyze and understand and connect. Your heart, which has never once in your life calculated what degree of care was appropriate before giving more than that degree. And your endurance. A pause that felt deliberate. Not the physical kind. The other kind. The kind that does not break when the world decides to be incomprehensibly cruel. Izuku felt the familiar urge to deflect, to say that he was ordinary, that anyone would have done the same, to redirect the observation back toward the people who had helped him get here. He had been working on that urge for years. He let it pass through him without acting on it. What does the threshold mean? He asked instead. Practically. What has changed? Nana was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, she chose her words with the care of someone dismantling something very complicated without wanting to break the mechanism. The vestiges, she said, are becoming more substantial. Not just here. The boundary between this space and the physical world is thinner than it has ever been. For most of my time in this place that boundary was absolute. We could communicate. We could advise. We could share warmth, for lack of a better word. But we were fundamentally separate from the world of the living. She looked at her hands again. I believe that is changing. The silence that followed was different from the ones before it. More charged. More consequential. How much more substantial? Izuku asked. His voice was very quiet. I do not know yet, she said honestly. I only know that 3 weeks ago I became aware of myself in a way I have not been since I died. And that when I try to understand the mechanism behind it, the answer that presents itself every time is you. Your growth. What you have become. She looked at him then with an expression that was enormously complex and somehow entirely legible. It was the expression of someone who has spent years in a particular kind of solitude and has only just now begun to understand that the solitude was not permanent. Izuku met her gaze and did not look away. What do you need from me? He said. She was quiet for a breath. Then she said, tell me about the world. The real one. As it is now. Not as the records I have seen through your memories describe it. Tell me as if I have never heard of it. So he did. He sat beside her in the amber light of the vestige space and talked for what felt like hours, describing the world as he knew it with the same thoroughness he applied to everything, the current state of hero society, the ongoing reconstruction, the political debates about oversight and commission reform, the quieter stories, the neighborhood bakeries that had reopened, the children learning to walk in areas that had been rubble 6 months ago, the way cherry blossoms had come back to Muzidafu. That spring, exactly on schedule, as if the trees had not noticed that the city had briefly come apart. She listened to all of it without interrupting. When he finished, she was looking at the middle distance with an expression that held sorrow and something else, something that was trying very hard to be hope. "It sounds like a world worth returning to," she said softly. Izuku looked at her. "Then let's figure out how." Chapter 3, The Living Light. The research, as Izuku thought of it privately, did not have a clean beginning. It was not the kind of project a person could announce or log into a hero commission database. There was no form for it. No precedent. No literature review he could conduct because no one had ever attempted what he was beginning to suspect was possible. What he had instead was instinct, methodology, and Nana Shimura. She proved to be an extraordinary collaborator. This should not have surprised him, given that she had been regarded as one of the most strategically sophisticated heroes of her generation, but something about encountering that quality directly, rather than through Gran Torino's fond and grief-shaded recollections, still caught him off guard. She thought in systems. She identified variables he had not yet considered and asked questions that restructured his own thinking without seeming to intend that effect. Within the first week of their nightly conversations, she had helped him develop a clearer conceptual framework for what the vestige space actually was. "Think of it less as a place," she suggested one evening, sitting across from him with her silver hair catching the ambient light of the space, "and more as a condition. A state that one for all creates between bearers and what they carry. The power does not simply store energy. It stores the essential pattern of those who have held it." "And a pattern," she said, with the particular precision of someone who had thought about this for a long time, "is not the same as a body. But it is also not nothing. A pattern can be expressed," Izuku said slowly, following the thread of the logic. "It can be instantiated in a medium capable of containing it." "Yes." She was watching him with that silver gaze that seemed to have graduated from evaluation to something more comfortable. More like interest. "The question is what medium." "One for all itself," he said. It arrived in his mind with the quality of an answer that had been waiting for its question. The power isn't just a stored resource. It's a living system. It grows, it accumulates, it adapts to each bearer. If it's capable of maintaining the patterns of 8 people across multiple generations, he paused, organizing his thoughts rapidly, then it is capable of containing far more than energy. It is capable of containing life. The amber light of the space pulsed once, very gently, as if the power itself were responding. Nana was very still for a moment. "That," she said carefully, "is either the most extraordinary insight I have heard in 40 years, or it is wrong in a way that would have significant consequences." "Then we test it carefully," Izuku said. "Incrementally. With full attention to every variable we can identify." She looked at him for a long moment, and something in her expression shifted in a way that was difficult to name. It was not the look of a mentor evaluating a student. It was different from that. More equal. More personal. "You have always been like this," she said quietly. It was not quite a question. Like what? Like someone who hears an impossible thing and immediately begins building the first step toward it. She paused. "My era had people who were brilliant and people who were brave. I very rarely encountered someone who was both, who had both qualities so thoroughly integrated that they did not operate sequentially. For you, understanding and courage are the same motion." The observation sat between them with a warmth that neither of them immediately addressed. "You gave that to me," Izuku said eventually. "Indirectly. Through All Might. Through One for All. What you built, what you preserved, is part of what I am." She made a small sound that might have been the beginning of an argument and then was not. The experiments, such as they were, began the following week. Izuku spent his waking hours ostensibly managing the ongoing hero work that still demanded his presence, coordinating with the commission, working alongside the other top heroes on infrastructure projects and security assessments. He did this with his usual meticulous competence. He also spent a great deal of time in apparent meditation, which his colleagues had long since learned to accommodate. In the vestige space, he and Nana worked. They worked on understanding the exact nature of the boundary between the vestige condition and the physical world. They worked on identifying how the power expressed itself at the threshold where Izuku's development currently sat. They worked on the question of what it would require, in terms of precise energy and intention, to move a vestige pattern across that boundary and into the living world? The answer, when it began to become legible, was simpler than either of them had expected. And far more demanding. It requires specific intent, Nana explained, during a session in which the ambient light of the space had taken on a quality Izuku could only describe as charged, electric in a way that had nothing to do with his quirk. Not generalized will. Not the desire for it to work. Specific, sustained, precisely directed intention. Combined with the full deployment of the power at its current ceiling. Izuku sat with this. The full ceiling. He understood what that meant. He had been there twice, in desperate moments, and each time it had cost him something measurable. For how long? Long enough, she said. Her voice was steady. But you would not be doing it alone. He looked at her. The other vestiges. All of us. Together. If the theory is correct, we could function as a distributed system. Your power provides the foundation. Our patterns provide the template. Our combined intention provides the precision. She paused. We have been discussing it. He blinked. When? You sleep sometimes. The corner of her mouth moved in what might have been the architecture of a smile. We talk. He processed this. 8 vestiges, having conversations among themselves, reaching a collective decision about whether to participate in something unprecedented. He felt a rush of affection for all of them that was so immediate and complete it momentarily left him without words. Are they willing? He managed. We are all, she said, very tired of being seeds. We would like, and here her voice acquired a quality he had not heard in it before, something unguarded and entirely honest, we would like to see the sky again. Izuku looked at her for a long moment. Then he nodded once. Then we do it, he said. Chapter 4, The First Miracle. He chose a night in late autumn when the moon was full and the city was quiet. He chose his apartment rather than an official facility because this was not something that belonged to the commission or the public record or the long-standing tradition of hero society conducting its most consequential moments through institutional channels. This was something personal. Something that operated in the category of the sacred, if that word could be used by a young man who thought primarily in terms of physics and emotional mechanics and the gap between what was possible and what had not yet been attempted. He sat on the floor of his living room. He closed his eyes. He went down. The vestige space received him the way it always did, with that impression of arrival at a place that had been waiting. But tonight the quality of the waiting was different. Every vestige was present, not withdrawn to the periphery but gathered, distributed throughout the space in a way that made it feel full in a way it had never felt before. Izuku could sense each of them distinctly. Yoichi, quiet and foundational as bedrock. The fifth, whose energy always had a martial rhythm to it. Banjo's warmth. The others, each with their own signature. And Nana, at the center, already watching him as he arrived. Everyone is ready, she said. Are you? He asked. She looked at him steadily. I have been ready, she said, for a long time. He nodded. He settled his breathing. He found the place inside himself where one for all lived at its deepest level, not the surface expression of the power, the acceleration and amplification and bright physical force of it, but the root. The source. The part that predated him and would outlast him and had survived the hands and hearts of 8 people before finding its way to his. He opened it. The light that filled the vestige space was different from its usual ambient gold. It was white. Not the blinding white of overload or damage, but something warm within its whiteness, the way sunlight filtered through cloud cover is still sunlight and still warm even though it has been diffused. It moved through the space like water through channels, finding the vestiges and connecting them, and where it touched them they became brighter, more distinct, more entirely themselves. Izuku heard them. All of them, simultaneously, which should have been cacophony but was instead something more like harmony, each voice distinct and the overall sound coherent, a chord rather than noise. He directed the power toward Nana. It was the most demanding thing he had ever done. Not because of the raw quantity of energy involved, though that was extraordinary, but because of the precision required. He was not simply generating force and releasing it. He was holding an exact shape in his mind, the specific pattern of who Nana Shimura was, the full architecture of her, and he was using the power to write that pattern into the physical world the way a signal writes data into a medium. He could feel the others helping. Not taking over, but supporting. Yoichi steadying the foundation. Banjo managing the excess. The others distributing the load so that no single point in the system collapsed. And Nana herself, steady and clear at the center of it, not passive but active, contributing something that none of the others could provide, her own specific and irreducible knowledge of who she was. The boundary thinned. Izuku pressed. The boundary opened. He did not black out. That had been his honest concern, that the effort would take him past his threshold and he would lose consciousness before the process completed. But the distributed support held, and he stayed present, and he felt the exact moment when the pattern crossed from the vestige condition into the physical world. He opened his eyes. The light in his apartment was ordinary apartment light, late-night warm, the glow of a standing lamp in the corner that he had left on. And standing in the center of his living room, between the lamp and the window where the full moon was visible, was Nana Shimura. Not a vestige. Not an impression. Not a memory. She was breathing. He watched her chest rise and fall with the automatic, unthinking regularity of lungs that had reclaimed their purpose. She was looking at her hands again, as she had done in the vestige space when she first became aware of her increased substantiality, but now she was turning them over in the physical light of the lamp, and the shadow they cast on the floor was real. She looked up at him. Her silver eyes, in this light, were luminous in a way that had nothing to do with the vestige space's ambient glow. They were simply her eyes, and the light from the lamp caught them the way ordinary light catches eyes. "Oh," she said very quietly. It was perhaps the most understated response to resurrection that Izuku could have imagined, and something about its understatement made his chest ache with a feeling he did not immediately have a name for. He got to his feet. His legs were unsteady, which was fair given the magnitude of what had just occurred, and he put a hand on the wall to stabilize himself. She moved before he completed the gesture, crossing the distance between them and taking hold of his arm with both hands, the grip of someone who had spent a career catching people before they fell. "I have you," she said. He looked at her. Up close, in the physical world, there were details the vestige space had not been able to render with this precision. The particular texture of her silver hair where it caught the lamplight. The exact quality of stillness in her face when she was paying close attention to something. The warmth of her hands through the fabric of his sleeve. "You are really here," he said. "I am really here," she agreed. Outside, the full moon moved behind a shelf of cloud and then emerged again, unchanged, indifferent to miracles, still doing its ancient work of pulling at the tides. Chapter 5, The Shape of a New World. The first practical challenge was clothing. This was not the kind of detail that appeared in stories about miraculous resurrections, but it presented itself immediately and with a specificity that grounded the extraordinary in the entirely ordinary. The vestige space generated impressions of things, which meant that Nana had arrived in the physical world wearing what she had been wearing there, the luminous rendering of her old hero costume. In the physical world, in an apartment at 2 in the morning, this was not sustainable. Izuku found this situation simultaneously absurd and completely manageable, which was a combination of reactions that he suspected said something accurate about his overall approach to life. He located a set of athletic clothes from his closet that approximated her height, placed them on the kitchen table with the same calm efficiency he applied to gear maintenance, and went to make tea. When she emerged from the bathroom, she was wearing dark training pants and one of his compression shirts and the expression of someone who has just successfully navigated a procedure they had not been briefed on. "The water pressure is much stronger than I remember," she said, sitting down across from him at the kitchen table and looking at the tea he had prepared as if she were reacquainting herself with the concept. "Plumbing technology has improved significantly since your era," he said. "Evidently." She picked up the cup with both hands. She held it there for a moment, not drinking. Just holding it. He understood, he thought, what she was doing. Feeling the warmth of it. Establishing the fact of her physical existence through sensation. He did not interrupt. She drank. The expression that crossed her face was not dramatic. It was very quiet. But it was entirely real. "What happens now?" she asked, setting the cup down. The question was practical, but her voice had a quality in it that was not entirely practical. That is, Izuku said carefully, a question I have been thinking about. And I want to be honest with you about where I am in my thinking, because you deserve honesty rather than a presentation of certainty I do not have. She nodded. Her silver eyes were attentive. You are alive, he said. Fully, physically alive, which means you need the same things any living person needs. Shelter, nutrition, stability. Those are all manageable. The more complex question is identity. The Commission will notice if a woman matching your description begins operating in hero society. Your death is a matter of official record. I have been dead for many years, she said. Yes. Which means the bureaucratic situation is, he paused, searching for the word, creative. Something moved through her expression that was almost amusement. In my day, she said, we had considerably less bureaucracy attached to the supernatural. In your day you also had all for one operating with significantly less regulatory oversight, he pointed out, which suggests that the increased bureaucracy may represent progress. She laughed. It was a short sound, genuine, and it reorganized her face entirely, briefly stripping away the professional gravity that had been its baseline and revealing something younger and less guarded underneath. Izuku found himself memorizing it with the automatic thoroughness he applied to information that seemed important. You sound like my students, she said. Her voice was warm with it. I am, in a sense, your student. Several generations removed. Several generations removed, she repeated. And yet you are the one who just did something none of those generations managed. She looked at him steadily. You should know that I do not take that lightly. I understand the magnitude of what you did tonight. I understand what it cost you, even with the others helping. It was worth it, he said. You do not know what it is yet. You do not know what having me here changes, or what it demands of you going forward. No, he agreed. But I know that you being in the world is better than you not being in the world. That is enough of a foundation to start from. She was quiet for a moment. The apartment settled around them in its nighttime way, the small sounds of a building at rest, the distant traffic, the cooling and contracting of walls and windows. The other Vestiges, she said finally. Yoichi. The others. They helped tonight. They made it possible. Yes. Could the same thing be done for them? He had been expecting this question. He had also been hoping for it, which was a distinction that mattered. I believe so, he said. Not immediately. The process depleted more of the reserve than I want to work below again without a full recovery period. But in time, yes. I think the mechanism is sound. I think what worked tonight can work again. She considered this with the systematic thoroughness he was coming to recognize as characteristic of how she processed significant information. And beyond the Vestiges? She said. The power that brought me back. Is it limited to those of us who were already part of One for All? It was the question that lived at the far edge of his thinking, the one he had not yet allowed himself to pursue very far because it opened into territory that felt enormous and consequence-laden and thrillingly, vertiginously possible. I do not know yet, he said honestly. But I think that is the right question to be asking. She nodded slowly. The lamplight caught her silver hair. She was real. She was here. She was already thinking several moves ahead, which was, he was rapidly discovering, simply what she did. Then we should rest, she said, and begin finding out. Chapter 6, The Gravity of Her. In the days that followed, Izuku noticed something happening that he did not have a precise clinical term for and therefore catalogued under the broader heading of adjustment. He was adjusting to her presence. She was adjusting to the present. Both of these processes were ongoing simultaneously and they influenced each other in ways that were interesting to observe and, he found, difficult not to be moved by. She was not passive in her adjustment. This was the defining quality of it. He had half expected, and then felt immediately guilty for half expecting, that she might need to be guided through the modern world in a sustained and effortful way. She did not. She moved through the newness of it with the methodical efficiency of someone who had spent a career being dropped into unfamiliar situations and finding their footing quickly. She learned current technology in blocks. She asked questions with the directness of someone who had never found ignorance embarrassing, only inefficient. Within 3 days she had a functional understanding of the devices and systems she would need. Within a week she had developed opinions about all of them, most of which she kept to herself, though occasionally one escaped in the form of a precisely worded observation that he found quietly hilarious. The information available through this network, she said one afternoon, gesturing at the tablet she had been examining for the past 2 hours, is genuinely overwhelming in volume and genuinely underwhelming in reliability. How does anyone know what is true? Mostly, he said, not looking up from the analysis report he was drafting, by developing a sense for it and accepting that the sense is imperfect. That is extremely unsatisfying. Most accurate descriptions of how the world actually works are. She made the sound that he had catalogued as her version of conceding a point. The administrative situation was resolved through a combination of Izuku's discretion, a former underground hero with extensive experience in identity documentation whose name he would never write down, and the genuine jurisdictional ambiguity that surrounded the question of a person who had been legally dead for several decades returning to functional existence. The official position, to the extent there was one, was that Nana Shimura was a relative of the original, name appropriated for protective purposes, details classified. It was not a particularly elegant solution. It worked. She stayed in his apartment. This was the practical choice, given the circumstances, and they both treated it as such, which meant that neither of them addressed the ways in which it was also something else. His apartment was not small, by the standards of a city like Muzutafu, but it was the apartment of someone who had spent most of their living hours not in it, and her presence filled it in a way that was not intrusive but was definite. He noticed things about her that were specific and physical in the way only physical proximity allows. The way she moved through a room, with a quality of spatial awareness that was habitual and constant, always peripherally tracking the exits and the sightlines and the structural elements, the professional habit of someone who had spent decades ensuring that no environment could surprise her. The way she made tea, which was slightly different from how he made it and produced, he had to admit, a better result. The way she stood at the window in the early morning, looking at the city with an expression that was complex and impossible to reduce to a single emotional label. He was taking notes. Not literally, though his notebooks existed and were thorough. He was taking the other kind of notes, the internal ones that a person takes about someone who is becoming important to them, the kind of notation that is less about information and more about attention, about the fact that a particular person has acquired the property of being someone you notice. He was not certain when she had acquired this property. It was possible she had always had it, in the vestige space, and that the physical world simply made the noticing more specific. He was also not certain what to do with the noticing. She was Nana Shimura. She was the seventh bearer of One for All. She was Gran Torino's closest friend. She was, in the technical sense of the word, his predecessor's mentor and by extension several steps removed from being something like family. She was also standing in his kitchen at 7 in the morning in training clothes, reading a news report on the tablet with the focused intensity she brought to everything, and she was real, and she was present, and he was aware of her in a way that was not ancestral. He resolved to continue not addressing it until he had a better understanding of what he was not addressing. This resolution lasted approximately 4 days. On the 4th evening, they had been going over the theoretical groundwork for the possibility of expanding the resurrection mechanism beyond the vestiges of One for All. It was a long session, detailed and demanding, the kind of thinking that required sustained focus from both of them. They had been at the kitchen table for 3 hours. The city outside had cycled from afternoon through dusk and into the late blue of early night. He said something, he would not afterward be able to remember exactly what, some observation about the nature of the connection that the power maintained, and she looked at him with an expression that cut through every layer of professional and categorical distance between them and simply saw him. "You are exhausted," she said. "Not physically. The other kind." "I am fine," he said, which was the automatic response and was not entirely accurate. She did not argue the point. She reached across the table and placed her hand over his. The gesture was simple, direct, unambiguous in its care and entirely ambiguous in every other dimension. "You have been carrying this alone for a very long time," she said. "Whatever this is." The weight of knowing what you know and being what you are and refusing to put it down even when you cannot lift your arms anymore. He looked at her hand on his. He did not say anything. You do not have to, she said. Anymore. Whatever you are building here, whatever comes next, you are not alone in it. He turned his hand over beneath hers and held it. Outside, the city went about its evening, entirely unaware that in one apartment, something had shifted in the quiet way that consequential things often do, without announcement, without witnesses, in a moment that would later seem, in retrospect, like the beginning of everything. Chapter 7, The Question of Midnight. The Commission wanted a debrief. This was not surprising. The Commission always wanted a debrief. In the years since the war, Izuku had become fluent in the institutional rhythms of hero oversight, the regular check-ins, the capability assessments, the strategic consultations that were partly genuine information exchange and partly the Commission's ongoing project of confirming that the world's most powerful individual was still reliably oriented in directions they preferred. He had no fundamental objection to oversight. He understood its purpose. He also understood, with the particular clarity that came from having spent a significant portion of his career navigating the gap between institutional interest and genuine good, that the Commission did not need to know everything he was doing. He gave them an accurate and incomplete report. He described the growth of One for All in terms of power ceiling and physical capability, which was true and relevant and what they were primarily asking about. He described his current hero work accurately. He mentioned nothing about the vestige space, the resurrection mechanism, or the woman sleeping in his apartment who had been dead for several decades. Afterward, walking back from the Commission building through the mid-morning streets of Mizutofu, he thought about Namiri Kayama. She had been on his mind with increasing frequency over the past week, in a way that had a specific quality to it. Not nostalgia exactly, though there was some of that. She had been a significant figure in his development, one of the faculty members at UA who had extended genuine care and genuine professional respect in proportions that were rarer than they should have been. She was also one of the heroes of her generation who had been lost in the war. He had thought about her often in the years since. He suspected many people had. The thought he was now entertaining, carefully and with full awareness of its weight, was whether the mechanism that had returned Nana Shimura to the world might extend to her. The theoretical work he and Nana had been developing over the past several days suggested that the resurrection mechanism was not inherently limited to vestiges of One for All. The power, at its current development, appeared to have sufficient depth to serve as a medium for reintegrating other patterns, other people. The critical requirements were a sufficiently detailed impression, the kind of thorough, resonant memory that a person leaves in someone who loved them, and the precise sustained intention he had already demonstrated he could maintain. The impression was not a problem. He had thousands of students who had loved Namiri Kayama. He had been one of them. He arrived home to find Nana at the kitchen table with a notebook open in front of her, working through what appeared to be her own independent analysis of the same question he had just been thinking about. She looked up when he came in with the alert attention that was her default mode. "I have been thinking about scope," she said without preamble. "So have I." He set down his bag and sat across from her. "Specifically about Namiri Kayama." Her expression shifted slightly. "I know the name from your memories and from the Commission records I reviewed. She was the pro-hero Midnight." "Yes. She was also someone who mattered to a great many people." "Who mattered to me." He paused. "The memory I have of her is clear. Specific. Not just general impressions, but her particular way of thinking, her sense of humor, the exact quality of care she extended to students. I think that is the kind of impression the mechanism requires." Nana was quiet for a moment, studying him with the attention she brought to things that were personally as well as analytically significant. "You understand that each person we bring back changes the scope of this," she said. "Not just practically. Strategically. Each addition creates new relationships and new responsibilities. The world will eventually notice. The world will eventually know," he agreed. "I have no intention of concealing this indefinitely. But the timing of disclosure matters, and I would rather build something real and stable before the institutional conversation begins." "A foundation," she said. "Yes." She nodded slowly. "Then we should think carefully about who." She paused. Not just who we can bring back. Who we should bring back. What the group will be. What it will be for. This was the conversation he had been approaching for several days, the one that lived beneath the practical questions of mechanism and logistics. What was the purpose of this? Not just the immediate emotional impulse, the grief for people lost, the desire to restore what should not have been taken. Those were real and valid. But they were not sufficient to describe what he was actually doing. I have been thinking about the burden problem, he said. She raised an eyebrow. Every previous bearer of one for all carried it alone. Even All Might, who had allies and colleagues and a student he poured everything into, ultimately carried the core of it in isolation. The power, the knowledge, the responsibility for the decisions that only someone at this level can make. He looked at his hands. I do not think that is sustainable. I do not think it was ever sustainable. I think it was a structural flaw in how the power was held, and I think the cost showed up in the lives of every bearer. You want to share the weight, she said. I want to build something that distributes it properly. Not a hierarchy, not an institution, but a genuine group of people who understand the full scope of what this power is and what it demands, and who are capable of holding different parts of it. He paused. People who are also, he added quietly, people I trust absolutely. The directness of that last statement sat between them. He had not looked away when he said it. Nana held his gaze for a moment, then looked down at her notebook. Then, she said, let us be deliberate about who we invite into this. Outside, the city of Muzutafu went about its afternoon. Inside the apartment, two people who between them carried the weight of 8 generations and one very fresh miracle began to make a list. Chapter 8, The Second Miracle. Recovering took 11 days. He had not anticipated this precisely. He had known the first resurrection would require significant recovery time and had built allowances into his schedule accordingly. What he had underestimated was the particular quality of the depletion, not exhaustion in the physical sense. His body was in excellent condition and the surface-level hero work he continued throughout the recovery period did not suffer, but a deeper tiredness, something at the level of the power itself. One for all was not diminished, but it had performed something categorically new and it needed to integrate that experience the way a muscle needs to rebuild after a novel exercise. He filled the 11 days with work, with conversation, and with the careful pleasure of watching Nana Shimura become reacquainted with the physical world. She was methodical about it. She went on runs in the early morning, re-establishing the physical conditioning that had apparently been a significant part of her practice in her original life and which her resurrected body had retained in its essential patterns. She read extensively, covering both the hero history and the general world history she had missed. She cooked, with a confident approach to kitchen equipment that she had clearly decided to treat as an engineering challenge rather than an obstacle. She also asked him questions about his own history, his childhood, his time at UA, the war, with the attentiveness of someone assembling a complete picture rather than filling in highlights. He found himself answering more thoroughly than he usually did with anyone, partly because her questions were precise enough to require thoroughness and partly because something about the way she listened made being thorough feel like a reasonable use of the words. You were quirkless, she said one evening. They were sitting on the small balcony, the city spread below them in its evening light, warm and ordinary and alive. Until All Might chose me. Yes. And before that? She was looking at him rather than at the city. What did you want? To be a hero. He said it the same way he always said it, without qualification or apology, the way the truth of something sounds when it has never stopped being true. Even knowing it was impossible at the time. Especially then, he said. I thought that if I could understand heroism thoroughly enough, if I could study every aspect of it until I knew it at the level of its foundations, then maybe there would be some path I had not yet identified. He paused. I filled notebooks. 12 of them. Maybe more. Analysis of quirks and techniques and scenarios. Looking for the variable that would change the equation. And then All Might was the variable, she said. All Might was the variable. Though by the time he found me, the notebooks had already taught me something that turned out to matter more than any specific technique. What was that? That heroism is fundamentally about the quality of attention you bring to other people, he said. Not your power. not your strategy. The degree to which you are actually present to the reality of someone else's situation, rather than the version of it that is most comfortable for you to deal with. She was quiet for a moment. Toshinori chose well, she said softly. She said it in a way that had more layers than the surface statement, carrying something that sounded like relief and something that sounded like the ending of a long, private worry. On the 12th day, he felt the reserve settle into fullness again. He told Nana that evening. She received the information with the efficient calm of someone who had been waiting for it and immediately began helping him prepare. The preparation was more developed this time because they had done it once. They understood the process better. They had discussed the specific qualities of the impression required, and Izuku had spent several of the recovery days in careful, focused recollection, building the clearest possible composite of Namiri Kayama from every memory he had of her. The night he chose was clear, no clouds, the city's ambient light scattering up against a deep autumn sky. He sat on the floor. Nana sat across from him. He went down. The vestige space received him and he felt immediately that something was different. Not wrong. Different. The vestiges were present, gathered again in the configuration that had supported the first resurrection. But there was an additional quality in the space, an expectancy that had not been there before, as if the first miracle had made the space capable of anticipating the second. He built the impression. He took everything he remembered of Namiri Kayama and he held it as precisely as he could. The specific rhythm of her voice when she was presenting hero ethics content with the exact combination of seriousness and showmanship that made it memorable rather than dry. The way she moved, with the theatrical confidence of someone who had decided very early in life that if you were going to occupy space you should do it with intention. The intelligence underneath the performance, the genuine ethical seriousness she brought to the work of heroism when she was not managing a classroom. The particular quality of her care for students, which was warm and slightly irreverent and entirely real. He held all of it and he directed the power toward the boundary. The vestiges joined him. The boundary opened. He opened his eyes. Namiri Kayama was standing in the center of his living room, looking at her hands, then at the room around her, then at him, in a sequence of orientation that compressed what was clearly a significant amount of processing into a very compact interval of time. Then she looked at Nana, who was standing to Izuku's left, and her expression did something complicated. "You look exactly like the memorial photographs," Namiri said. Her voice was exactly as he remembered it. Which is either very flattering to the photographers or means that whatever just happened is more thorough than a dream. "It is considerably more thorough than a dream," Nana said. Namiri looked at Izuku. "Midoriya," she said. "Kayama-sensei," he said. She was quiet for a moment, looking at him with the quality of attention that had always distinguished her, the ability to see past the surface of a student to the actual state of the person inside. "You got tall," she said. "I also got stronger," he said. Which is relevant to how this happened. She looked around the apartment, taking in its particulars with the efficient environmental assessment of a working hero. "Are you going to explain all of it?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "Good," she said. "Start with the tea." "I feel like this explanation requires tea." Something in Izuku's chest that had been held in tension for 11 days released. He went to make tea. Behind him, he could hear Nana begin the explanation in the organized and complete way that was characteristic of her, and he could hear Namiri asking precise, incisive questions at intervals, and the sound of the two of them together in his living room, two women who had been lost and were found, talking in the warm light of an ordinary night, was one of the most complete things he had ever heard. Chapter 9, The Matriarch Faction. Namiri Kayama adapted to the present with a speed that was, frankly, slightly alarming. This was not, Izuku reflected, surprising. She had always been someone whose engagement with the world was immediate and total, someone who encountered a new situation and moved toward it rather than waiting for it to become familiar. The modern world was new to her in almost every detail, and she treated each new detail with the combination of genuine curiosity and performative enthusiasm that had always been her particular signature. She also, within approximately 48 hours of her resurrection, began reorganizing his apartment. "This is not a criticism," she said, when he observed this with the tone of someone who had not criticized anything but was noting a development. "It is optimization." You have been living in here like someone who views a living space primarily as a location where sleep occurs. You need things like plants. And better lighting in the corner by the window, which is currently wasted ambience. I spend most of my time working, he said. Yes, which is exactly the problem. She moved a lamp. The corner immediately improved. He chose not to comment on this. The apartment adjusted to 3 occupants with the organic efficiency of a system finding a new equilibrium. Nana remained the center of gravity in a specific way, the person around whose quality of presence the group organized itself, not through assertion of authority but through the simple fact that her attention, when she directed it at a situation, tended to clarify the situation. Namiri was the variable element, the one who introduced unexpected angles and unpredicted warmth and, occasionally, what she described as necessary chaos and what Nana described as entirely avoidable chaos. Izuku navigated between them with the diplomatic capability he had developed over years of managing relationships between powerful individuals who respected each other but had categorically different approaches to everything. He also, during this period, began to understand more precisely what he was building. The conversation he had started with Nana about the burden problem had continued and deepened. Namiri had joined it naturally, bringing her own perspective, rooted in years of professional hero work and a particular knowledge of what it cost individuals to carry significant responsibilities without adequate support. The structural flaw you identified, Namiri said one evening, referring to Izuku's earlier analysis of how every previous one for all bearer had carried the power in isolation, is not unique to this quirk. It is a broader pattern in how hero society structures its most capable people. The stronger you are, the more the system assumes you can handle alone. The more you can handle alone, the less infrastructure it builds around you. It is a loop that produces exactly the outcome you would expect, which is people with enormous capability and no one to hold the weight with them. And the cost of that shows up in ways the official records often do not capture, Nana agreed. Because the people most affected by it are also the people most practiced at not showing cost. Izuku listened to both of them and felt the particular kind of recognition that comes from hearing your own private understanding of something expressed by someone else with precision and clarity. What I want to build, he said, is something that does not have that flaw built in. Not another institution, not another chain of command. Something more like. He paused, searching for the term that fit the shape of the thing he was imagining. A household. In the older sense of the word. A group of people who share the weight because they choose to and because they understand what they are sharing. A matriarch faction, Namiri said. She said it with the particular tone she used when she was coining a phrase and was pleased with it. Nana considered the term. In what sense matriarch? In the sense that the people who will anchor this, who will hold the weight alongside him and make decisions with him and refuse to let him disappear into the role of universal burden carrier, happen to be women. She looked at Izuku. That is not coincidental. The women of this era of hero society have a specific and extensive experience of having their knowledge and care treated as supplementary rather than foundational. That experience produces a particular quality of attention to exactly the kind of structural flaw he is describing. Izuku thought about this carefully. He thought about who had shaped him. His mother, who had cried because she could not give him the life he wanted and then spent the rest of her life supporting the life he had chosen. Recovery girl, whose care for him had never required him to be anything other than real. Ryukyu, who had led with competence and warmth in equal measure and had never treated the combination as a contradiction. Namiri herself, whose class had taught him things about heroism that combat training could not. Yes, he said. That is not coincidental. Then we are deliberate about it, Nana said. We build what we are building with intention. Not exclusion, but intention. We choose people whose specific qualities make them right for this specific purpose. And we start, Namiri said, leaning forward with the focused quality she had when an idea was taking complete hold, with Ryukyu. Izuku nodded slowly. Ryukyu. She was alive. She was one of the current top heroes, one of his colleagues, someone he had worked alongside and who had extended him a quality of professional trust that he valued significantly. She was also someone whose own experience of carrying significant responsibility without adequate support had been visible to him in ways she had probably not intended to make visible. She did not need to be resurrected. She needed to be invited. That conversation, he said, is going to require some care. Most important conversations do, Nana said. I will help you prepare for it, Namuri offered. I know her work. I followed her career from. She paused, and something moved through her expression. From before. Thank you, he said. Outside, the city was settling into another night. In the apartment, 3 people who had come to each other through extraordinary and unprecedented circumstances sat with the shape of what they were building and found, each of them, that the shape felt right. Izuku looked at the 2 women who had been restored to the world and felt something that was not pride exactly, not accomplishment exactly, but something that held both of those things and also held care and responsibility and the particular quality of determination that comes from finally understanding what you are determined to do. He would tell Ryukyu soon. He would find the right words, the right moment, the right quality of honesty. And then this thing they were building would have 4 corners instead of 3, and it would be stronger for it, and they would figure out what it needed next. The work was just beginning. He could feel the depth of it ahead of him, the long road of it, and for the first time in years the length of the road felt like a gift rather than a weight. Chapter 10, An Honest Conversation. Ryukyu's office was on the 32nd floor of the Dragonflight Agency building in the eastern district of Muzutafu, which was one of the taller buildings in a skyline that was still reassembling itself in the aftermath of the war. The view from her windows was consequently comprehensive, the kind of view that showed you the city in its full complexity, the rebuilt sections and the still rebuilding sections and the park areas where rubble had been cleared and green things planted in the cleared space because cities need green things and the people who plan them know this. She was at her desk when he arrived, which meant she was working, which was the state in which he found her most often. She was in civilian clothes, which was the working mode of high-level heroes who had reached the point in their careers where the constant maintenance of costume readiness had been replaced by the constant maintenance of strategic awareness. She looked up when he entered with the unhurried attention that was characteristic of her. Midoriya. She gestured to the chair across from her desk with the economical hospitality of someone who maintains an open-door policy for colleagues without making a performance of it. You called this meeting, which means you have something specific. What is it? He had been preparing for this conversation for 4 days, which he suspected showed, because she was already looking at him with the slightly more focused version of her attention, the one that indicated she had noticed something in his approach. I have something to tell you, he said, that is significant and that I want to tell you completely and honestly, which means some of it is going to sound extraordinary before it begins to sound credible. She folded her hands on the desk. I have heard things that sounded extraordinary from you before. I generally find they turn out to be accurate. This is more extraordinary than previous instances. Then I am already interested. He told her. He told her in the organized and complete way he had learned to communicate significant information, starting with the foundational context, the full extent of One for All's current development, the nature of the vestige space and what it actually contained, and moving progressively toward the specific events of the past several weeks. He did not soften it. He did not present it in a way designed to manage her reaction rather than inform her understanding. She listened without interrupting. This was consistent with how she always listened, as if she had made a decision early in her development to give information the full space it required before she responded to it. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. Nana Shimura is alive, she said. Yes. And Namuri Kayama is alive. Yes. And they are both currently in your apartment. Yes. She looked at him with an expression that he could not fully decode, which was unusual. She was generally legible. Are you asking for my operational assistance? She said. My discretion? My expertise? What specifically are you asking for? He had thought carefully about this part. I am asking for you, he said. Not as a resource. Not as a colleague in the professional sense. As a person who I trust and whose judgment I respect and who I think would be valuable and valued in what I am trying to build. He paused. Which is a group of people who share the full understanding of what One for All is and what it demands, and who are committed to ensuring that the weight of it is held by more than one person. The view from her windows showed the city in its afternoon light, the long shadows of the taller buildings falling east. You are describing something that does not exist yet, she said. Yes. Something that has significant and ongoing implications for your work, your security, the commission, hero society as a whole. Yes. And I want to be clear that I am not asking you to step away from your current role or your agency. What I am describing exists alongside those things, not in competition with them. It is more personal than institutional. She looked at him for a long moment. The three of you have been operating out of your apartment for how long? 3 weeks. And the commission does not know. No. And your plan for disclosure? Build something stable enough that the disclosure, when it comes, can be received rather than dismantled. She nodded slowly. It was not the nod of someone who had been fully convinced. It was the nod of someone who had received enough information to make an informed decision and was now in the process of making it. I would like to meet them, she said. Of course. And then I will tell you my answer. That is entirely fair, he said. She came to the apartment that evening. He was not present for the first 30 minutes of her conversation with Nana and Namuri, having elected to prepare dinner in the kitchen on the grounds that some conversations benefit from not having the person responsible for them in the room. When he brought the food out, the three of them were at the kitchen table, and the conversation had already achieved the quality of directness that indicated they had moved past initial assessment and were engaging with actual content. Ryukyu looked at him as he set the plates down. I have some questions about the mechanism, she said. The technical specifics. Of course, he said, sitting down. And about the scope. What you intend to build. Not the immediate situation. The long-term shape of it. We have been developing that thinking. I am happy to share where we are. Good. She picked up her chopsticks. Also, this smells excellent. He cooks thoughtfully, Namuri said, which turns out to be consistent with how he does everything else. I noticed, Ryukyu said, and looked at him with an expression that had been reconfigured by the evening's conversation into something warmer and more personal than the professional register they usually operated in. After dinner, after the technical questions had been asked and answered and the long-term shape had been discussed in the thorough way it deserved, after the dishes had been handled and the evening had settled into the quieter mode that followed sustained conversation, Ryukyu stood at the window with the city behind her and said, without turning around. Yes. Izuku, who was stacking the last of the cups by the sink and who had not asked the question yet because he had been waiting for the right moment, stilled. Yes, she said again, turning around. I am in. Whatever this is. Whatever it becomes. She met his eyes across the room. You should have had more people holding this with you years ago. Let us not lose any more time. At the table, Nana and Namuri exchanged a look that Izuku did not see because he was looking at Ryukyu and trying to find the right words for what he was feeling. Thank you, he said. It was not sufficient, but it was real. Do not thank me yet, she said. I have a great deal of questions about the commission situation that we are going to need to work through in detail. I know, he said. We can start tomorrow. Good. She picked up her jacket from the chair where she had left it. Tonight I am going to go home and process the fact that 2 people I admired and mourned are alive and are apparently living in a young man's apartment and have somehow made it functional. It required some adjustment, Nana said dryly. I imagine, Ryukyu said. She put her jacket on. She looked around the room, at each of them, with the comprehensive assessment of someone who was filing all of this carefully. Then she nodded once, to all of them, and left. In the quiet after the door closed, Namuri looked at Izuku. 4 corners, she said. 4 corners, he agreed. Outside, the city of Muzutafu went about its late evening, and 4 people who had decided to hold a great wait together went about the work of understanding what that decision would require of them. It would require, it turned out, a great deal. But the foundation was set, and the walls were going up, and the thing being built had a shape that none of them could fully see yet but that all of them, in the particular instinctive way of people who know what good architecture feels like even before the structure is complete, understood was sound. Act 2, The House That Light Built. Chapter 11, The Commission and the Curtain. The Commission held its quarterly strategic review on the first Tuesday of every 3rd month, in a building that had been rebuilt twice since the war and now occupied a corner of the government district with the quiet authority of something that intended to remain permanent. The room where the review was conducted was large without being grand, furnished in the functional aesthetic of people who wanted to convey seriousness rather than impressiveness, long table, good lighting, chairs that were comfortable enough to sit in for 4 hours without physical complaint but not comfortable enough to encourage anything other than alertness. Izuku sat near the center of the table, which was where they put him, because the commission had developed the habit of positioning him in ways that acknowledged his primacy in the current hero landscape without requiring anyone to explicitly state it. He found this mildly interesting as a behavioral pattern and generally irrelevant to his actual purposes. The review covered the standard categories. Villain activity trends, which had modulated significantly since the war but had not ceased, because the structural conditions that produced villain activity were social and economic and did not resolve themselves simply because the most prominent villain in history had been removed. Infrastructure security assessments. The ongoing review of hero licensing standards that had been in process for 2 years and showed every sign of requiring a third. International cooperation updates, which were increasingly relevant as other nations had begun developing their own relationships with the Commission in the post-war period. Izuku participated in all of it with the focused competence that was his standard mode in these settings. He answered questions thoroughly. He raised concerns where he had them. He did not volunteer information about any aspect of his private life, which was consistent with how he had always operated in commission contexts and therefore attracted no particular attention. What he was thinking about, beneath the surface of the review, was timing. Ryukyu had raised the disclosure question with precision 3 days after she joined them, as she had promised. Not whether to disclose, she had accepted from the beginning that the current situation was not sustainable as a permanent concealment, but when and how and to whom. She had brought to the discussion the particular quality of strategic thinking that came from years of running a hero agency, which meant thinking not just about the immediate transaction but about the institutional dynamics that would shape how the information was received. The Commission's primary concern, she had said, will not be the ethical dimension of what you have done. It will be the control dimension. Whether this capability exists outside their oversight structure. Whether they have leverage over it. She had paused. They will want to bring it inside the structure. That is their instinct with every significant development in hero capability. And our response to that instinct, Nana had said, with the tone of someone who had spent her career navigating institutional structures and had developed specific opinions about them, should be neither capitulation nor confrontation. It should be clarity. What we are building is not an asset of the Commission. It is not a program or a project or a resource. It is a household. Institutions do not have jurisdiction over households. They will disagree, Namuri had said. They are welcome to. The review concluded at 2:30. Izuku stayed for the informal conversation afterward, which was where much of the actual relationship maintenance happened in commission contexts. The coffee and the side conversations and the way that colleagues who saw each other primarily in formal settings used the unstructured time to recalibrate their actual assessments of each other. The deputy director, a woman named Arima Setsuko who had been in the role for 3 years and who Izuku had a cautious professional respect for, found him at the window with his coffee. You seem, she said, with the careful phrasing of someone who was sharing an observation they were not certain would be welcome, less burdened than usual. He considered this. I have been sleeping better, he said, which was true. She looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone who suspected there was more to a statement than its surface content and who had decided not to pursue it. Good, she said. The work requires you to be well. The work requires all of us to be well, he said. She nodded, acknowledging the implicit point, and moved on to speak with someone else. He finished his coffee and looked out the window at the city. Somewhere in the Eastern District, Ryukyu was in her agency building, managing her afternoon schedule with the comprehensive efficiency that was her hallmark. Somewhere in his apartment, Nana was reading and thinking and being real in the world in a way that still, weeks later, struck him with a quality of wonder he had not managed to fully normalize. Namuri was, if her stated afternoon plan had held, attempting to cook something she had found in a recipe database that she had described as ambitious. She had also described it as achievable. Experience with the previous 3 ambitious recipes suggested these assessments were related but not identical. He allowed himself a moment of something that was simple and uncomplicated and entirely human, the feeling of having people to go home to. Then he finished his coffee, said his goodbyes, and went to catch the train. Chapter 12, What Nana Remembers. She had not told him everything. This was not concealment in the way that concealment usually works, through active decision and maintained omission. It was more that certain things required the right conditions to say, and those conditions had not yet presented themselves, and she had spent enough of her life understanding that timing was its own form of care. What she had not told him was what the last years before her death had actually been like. The records described it in the terms that official records use, which are accurate in their facts and incomplete in their substance. She had been the seventh bearer of One for All. She had faced all for one. She had made the decision that anyone in her position and with her values would have made, protecting her son at the cost of everything else, and she had died as a result of that decision. What the records did not describe was the isolation of those last years. The way she had systematically removed herself from everyone she loved because she understood, with the clarity of someone who had been trained to think about threat assessment, that proximity to her was a form of danger. The way that Gran Torino, who was brilliant and brave and one of the best people she had ever known, had been the one she leaned on most, and how she had felt the weight of that reliance as a continuous source of guilt because he deserved more than to be someone's last reliable connection. What the records did not describe was the loneliness. She sat in Izuku's apartment on a Tuesday afternoon while he was at the commission review and Namuri was in the kitchen experimenting with something that smelled increasingly optimistic, and she thought about loneliness with the particular clarity that distance provides. She had been lonely for the last 5 years of her life. Not in the simple sense of lacking company, she had colleagues and professional relationships and the structure of hero work which brought her into contact with people constantly. In the deeper sense. The sense of not having anyone to whom she could show the full weight of what she was carrying without that weight becoming a burden she was imposing on them. She looked at her hands in her lap. They were her hands. Real, warm, casting shadows on the fabric of her training pants. She had been looking at her hands a great deal since her return because the fact of them still arrested her sometimes with its absoluteness. She heard Namuri make a sound from the kitchen that was either triumph or concern. After a moment she called out, "All fine, just recalibrating," which Nana had learned to interpret as a middle state between those two options. She thought about Izuku. She thought about him in the specific way she had been thinking about him for weeks, with the careful honesty she tried to apply to things that mattered. He was 18 years old. He was also, in the ways that determined who a person actually was, more developed than most people she had known at twice that age. He had arrived at a quality of self-knowledge and ethical clarity through a combination of native inclination and extraordinary pressure, the way certain materials become stronger through the process of being stressed. He was also, she had come to understand, someone who had been lonely in exactly the way she recognized. Not lacking company. Lacking the specific kind of presence that goes all the way down. She was not romantic about this. She was not the sort of person who confused the recognition of loneliness with the solution to it. But she was honest with herself about what she felt when she was in a room with him, the quality of attention she gave him that was different in character from the attention she gave everything else, the fact that she had begun to notice small things about him with the particular specificity that indicated a person was becoming important. She had decided to be patient. Not because she was uncertain of what she felt, but because she understood that what was being built here was something whose foundations mattered enormously, and that laying foundations well required not rushing to parts that needed to settle on their own schedule. Namuri appeared in the doorway of the kitchen wearing an expression that had resolved, she was pleased to note, to triumph. It worked, Namuri announced. The smell suggests it worked, Nana agreed. The last 20 minutes were tense. Namuri leaned against the doorframe with the loose, comfortable posture of someone who had decided the current setting was home. What were you thinking about? You had your complicated face on. I was thinking about loneliness, Nana said. Namuri was quiet for a moment. This was unusual enough that Nana registered it. Me too, Namuri said. Lately. She paused. Not the current situation. Retroactively. The years before. Another pause. I think I was better at not noticing it when I was in it. Yes, Nana said. Distance clarifies. He notices, Namuri said. Izuku. He notices the weight people are carrying in a way that most people do not. He has noticed mine. I suspect he has noticed yours. Yes, Nana said again. Namiri looked at her with the intelligence she brought to things she cared about. And what do you do with that? I am patient, Nana said. And I am honest. And I let the thing develop at the speed it needs to develop at. That is very wise, Namiri said. It is also not the same as not feeling it. No, Nana agreed. It is not the same at all. From the kitchen, something made a gentle simmering sound, and the smell of the meal Namiri had made filled the apartment with the particular warmth of food prepared with care, and Nana looked at her hands one more time and then folded them together and let herself simply be present in the room, in the afternoon, in the world she had been given back. She was not going to waste it on keeping things at a careful distance. She had already spent years doing that, and she knew exactly what it cost. Chapter 13, The Theory of Expanded Connection. The theoretical work continued in parallel with everything else. This was how significant work actually proceeded, Izuku had long since learned, not in dedicated isolated sessions but in the margins and intersections of everything else a person was doing, the thinking that happened on trains and during meal preparation and in the last conscious minutes before sleep. The vestige space work had always been like this. His most useful insights about One for All had never arrived during formal meditation. They arrived when he was doing something else and his mind, freed from the obligation of direct attention, made a connection it had been assembling for days. The question he was currently assembling was whether the resurrection mechanism was bounded by the category of hero or by the category of memory. His initial framing had been around heroines, around the women of hero society who had been lost and whose loss had left specific and irreplaceable gaps in the world. This framing was still valid and still mattered. But as he worked through the theoretical underpinnings more carefully, with Nana's systematic help and Namiri's lateral contributions and Ryukyu's precision questions during their evening sessions, he was beginning to understand that the mechanism was more fundamental than a specific category. What it required was impression. Resonant, detailed, specific impression. The kind of impression a person leaves in someone who has paid very close attention to them for a long time. The question, he said one evening, the four of them arranged in the now established configuration of these working sessions, Nana across from him, Namiri to his left, Ryukyu to his right with the analysis documents she preferred to have physical copies of arranged in front of her, is what constitutes sufficient impression. We know it works for people the bearer of One for All has known directly. We have evidence from my own case and from the vestige integration process over multiple generations. But is personal direct knowledge the mechanism, or is it a reliable proxy for something more fundamental? Ryukyu tapped one of her documents. The impression you used for Namiri's restoration. How would you characterize its source? Memory, he said. My specific memories of her. But not just isolated incidents. More like a composite understanding, the accumulated sense of who she was as a person, her characteristic ways of thinking and responding. A model, Nana said. She used the word with precision. Not a recording. A model. Your mind had constructed a functional model of who she was based on extensive observation. Yes. Then the question becomes whether a model constructed from secondary sources, from records, from the impressions of others, from historical documentation, could achieve sufficient fidelity to serve as the basis for the mechanism. The silence that followed had the quality of everyone in the room arriving at the same implication simultaneously. Namiri spoke first. You are describing the possibility of restoring people you never met. I am describing it as a theoretical question, Izuku said carefully. Not a plan. But as a theoretical question. Ryukyu's voice was measured. If the mechanism requires a sufficiently detailed model of a person, and if such a model could be constructed from secondary sources, then the set of people who could potentially be restored is not limited to those within living memory. Theoretically. He paused. The practical constraints would be significant. The fidelity of the model would depend entirely on the quality and completeness of the available sources. The more removed in time, the less complete the sources, the lower the fidelity, and I am not yet certain what minimum fidelity threshold the mechanism requires. But you intend to find out, Nana said. It was not a question. I intend to understand the mechanism as completely as I can, he said. That includes understanding its limits. She looked at him for a moment with the expression that had become familiar to him, the one that combined assessment and something personal. The others in one for all, she said. Yoichi. The remaining vestiges. You have been thinking about them. They helped with both resurrections, he said. They are the most detailed impressions I have, in a sense. Because I carry them. Their patterns are part of the foundation the power is built on. He looked at his hands. If anyone qualifies for the mechanism, they do. Not because they are prioritized above others. Because the impression is already present in the most complete form possible. The evening settled around them. Outside the windows of the apartment, the city moved through its nighttime rhythms, the reduced traffic, the lit windows of buildings where people were finishing their days. One step at a time, Ryukyu said, with the practical wisdom of someone who had spent years managing the gap between what was possible and what was advisable. We understand what we have. We test carefully. We do not outrun our ability to integrate what we learn. Agreed, Izuku said. But, Namiri said, and her voice had something in it that was both serious and warm, we also do not stop. We do not reach a certain point and decide that is enough. Because it is not about enough. It is about as much good as we can do, as carefully as we can do it. She was looking at him when she said it. He met her gaze and felt the truth of it settle into him the way real things settle, without drama, without the need for confirmation. No, he agreed. We do not stop. Chapter 14, Ryukyu at Dawn. She was an early riser. This was something that had characterized her since her third year of hero training, when she had discovered that the hours between 5 and 7 in the morning belonged to a different quality of world than the hours that followed, quieter, less inhabited, more available to the kind of thinking that did not have anywhere specific to be. On the mornings when she stayed, which had become more frequent as the practical work of the group demanded more sustained collaboration, she rose before the others and went to the balcony with tea she made herself, because making the tea was part of the practice, and she stood there in the early light and looked at the city. Muzutafu in the dawn was honest about itself in a way it was not at other hours. The morning light was unfiltered and showed everything with equal attention, the rebuilt sections and the still rebuilding sections, the parks with their new plantings, the commuters beginning to move through the streets and the gradual accumulation of a city waking up. She had looked at this city from many heights over the course of her career, from the windows of her agency building, from altitude during flight, from the ground in the middle of situations that demanded complete attention. From this balcony, at this hour, the view had a different quality. More personal. More like the way you look at something you have chosen rather than the way you look at something you are responsible for. She heard the door behind her and did not need to turn to know who it was. Izuku came to stand beside her at the railing with his own tea, which he had apparently made in the few minutes since he had woken, which suggested either that he had been awake for longer than she realized or that he moved through the morning with even more efficiency than she did. Both were plausible. You do not have to be up this early, she said. I know. He looked at the city with the same quality of attention she had been giving it. I like this hour. So do I. They stood together in the comfortable quiet that had developed between them over the past weeks, the kind of quiet that two people can only share when they have stopped needing conversation to fill the space. How are you? He asked, actually. Not operationally. She appreciated that he made the distinction explicit. Most people did not. I am, she said, considering it honestly, in a state of ongoing recalibration. Everything I thought I understood about the structure of this work, what is possible, what the boundaries are, what the significant forces in play actually are, I am revising all of it. She paused. That is not a complaint. It is the most intellectually engaged I have been in years. And personally? She looked at him sideways. He was watching the city, not her, which somehow made the question easier to answer. Personally, she said, I feel like I have been admitted to something I did not know I wanted to be admitted to. A room I did not know existed. She paused. You built it, she said. Or you are building it. And the building of it feels like something that has been needed for a long time. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, I did not build it. We are building it. You are part of what makes it what it is, not because of your capability, though that matters, but because of who you are. The way you think. The way you hold things. She thought about how she wanted to respond to that. She was not, by nature, someone who deflected honesty. She had dealt in honesty her whole career, the kind of honesty that a person in a role of significant responsibility has to maintain because the alternative is drift, the incremental accumulation of convenient untruths that eventually becomes the foundation of everything. I care about this, she said. More than I expected to, this quickly. The work and the people and the thing we are building together. She paused. Including you. He turned to look at her then. The early morning light was doing something to his face that made him look younger and older simultaneously, younger because the professional gravity was not yet fully assembled, older because the quality of attention in his eyes was the kind that takes years to develop. I know, he said simply. I care about you too. About all of you. I want you to know that it is not generalized. The care I have for each of you is specific to who you are. She nodded. She believed him, because he was Midoriya Izuku and she had watched him long enough to understand that he did not say things he did not mean with that precision. The commission review is in 3 weeks, she said, returning to a practical frame because the morning required both kinds of conversation and she had learned to trust the transitions between them. I know. We should have a plan for it. Not disclosure, not yet. But a plan for how we maintain the current situation without it becoming a problem. Yes. He looked back at the city. I have been thinking about that. I know you have. She allowed herself a small smile. You are always thinking about that. I am always thinking about everything, he said, with a mild self-awareness that she had come to find disarming. It is a consistent feature. It is, she agreed. It is also why this works. She gestured between them and toward the door and the sleeping apartment beyond. Someone has to hold the whole picture. You hold it without making everyone else feel managed, which is rarer than it should be. The sun was fully above the horizon now, and the city was in earnest about its morning, and the tea in her cup was almost finished, and the day ahead had the shape of something that would require a great deal of them. She found she was looking forward to it. Chapter 15, the third miracle and the fourth. He brought back 2 of the remaining vestiges on the same night. This was not the original plan. The original plan had been sequential, one at a time, with appropriate recovery intervals, the careful and incremental approach that Ryukyu had advocated and that he had agreed was the right methodology. What changed the plan was a conversation he had in the vestige space, 3 weeks into the recovery period following Namiri's return, in which Yoichi, the first bearer, sat across from him in the amber light and spoke with the quiet authority of someone who had been waiting to say something important. We have talked among ourselves, Yoichi said. He was a slight man, fine-featured, with the quality of presence that does not announce itself with size or volume but becomes undeniable through sustained attention. The remaining 5 of us. About what is happening. About what you are doing. And? Izuku asked. And we are grateful. He said it without qualification. More than that. We have watched you for years. All of us, the entire time you have carried us. We have seen what it costs you to carry this power with the conscientiousness you apply to it. And we have seen, since Nana went back, what the alternative looks like. He paused. What it could look like. If it is held properly. Izuku was quiet. We want to help, Yoichi said. Not just a support for a mechanism. We want to be part of what you are building. We want to be real for it. I intend to bring each of you back, Izuku said. I have always intended that. We know. Yoichi's expression held something that was patience and also urgency in a combination that should have been contradictory but was not. We are asking if you can do 2 at once. The mechanism distributes the load across the vestiges, yes. If the remaining 5 support the restoration of 2, rather than the restoration of 1, the distribution changes but it does not necessarily exceed your capacity. Izuku had not considered this. He sat with it and worked through the physics of it with the same systematic attention he brought to all load-bearing problems. The mechanism required sustained precision more than raw power. The distribution across supporting vestiges was the key variable. 5 vestiges supporting 2 restorations simultaneously was not the same calculation as 5 vestiges supporting 1, but it was also not simply double the cost. He spent 2 days working through the theory. He presented it to Nana and Namiri and Ryukyu and received 3 different analytical responses that together identified every significant variable he had considered and several he had not. The consensus was cautious approval. The night he chose was clear and cold, late autumn pressing toward winter, the city lit against a sky that had the depth of genuinely cold air. He sat on his floor. He went down. He found the vestiges assembled and ready, all 5 of the remaining ones arranged in the configuration they had evidently worked out among themselves, the geometric logic of a load-bearing structure. He brought back the 4th bearer, whose name the records had partially recovered, and the 6th, whose quiet strength had always been the vestige he felt as steadiest beneath him. The effort was precisely as demanding as the theory suggested it would be. Not beyond his capacity but at the edge of the comfortable range, requiring the full engagement of concentration and the complete distributed support of the remaining vestiges throughout. He opened his eyes. There were 2 people standing in his living room. Nana moved immediately, with the practiced calm of someone who had now done this twice before, speaking to them in the quiet and grounded way that she had developed, providing orientation, providing context, providing the essential human anchor of a familiar presence in an unfamiliar situation. Izuku stayed on the floor for a moment longer, breathing, letting the power settle. Namiri sat beside him. She did not say anything. She simply sat there in the way that made it clear he was not alone in the settling, and after a few minutes she handed him a glass of water without being asked, and he drank it, and the ordinary physical act of it was grounding in exactly the way ordinary physical acts are when the extraordinary has been the dominant mode for a while. 2, she said eventually. 2, he confirmed. The apartment, she observed, looking at the 2 new arrivals who were now in careful conversation with Nana and Ryukyu, is becoming impressively populated. We will need more space, he said. Yes, she agreed. We will need a great many things. But that is a problem for tomorrow. She looked at him with the warm directness that was so characteristic of her. Tonight you did something extraordinary. Again. And I want you to actually notice that. I notice it, he said. No, she said gently. You are already planning the next step. That is different from noticing. She put her hand on his arm briefly. Notice, Izuku. He stopped. He let himself stop, fully, and he looked at the room around him. At Nana, steady and silver-haired, guiding 2 people back into the reality of the world with the competence and care she brought to everything. At Ryukyu, who had moved naturally into a supporting role in the orientation process, her professional experience in crisis management making her exactly the right person to have in this moment. At the 4th bearer, who was sitting in the chair by the window with the expression of someone encountering something they had been told was impossible and finding it true. At the 6th, who was standing very still and looking at her own hands. He looked at all of it and let it be what it was. Extraordinary. Right. The beginning of something. Outside, the cold and clear night held the city in its seasonal patience, and inside the apartment the number of living people had become a number that would have been, a month ago, impossible. He let that register fully and completely before he thought about anything else. Then he got up and went to be helpful. Chapter 16, The Household of 7. The apartment was not large enough. This was a practical reality that presented itself the morning after the 4th and 5th resurrections with the comfortable inevitability of something that had been approaching for some time. 7 people, even 7 people who were organized and considerate and functionally excellent at sharing a space, required more physical square footage than the apartment provided. The living situation had been manageable for 4. For 7 it required a level of logistical coordination that Namiri had begun referring to as the morning schedule problem with a capital M and a capital S. Ryukyu solved it. This was consistent with her general approach to practical problems, which was to identify them, assess the available resources, and act with the minimum of discussion required to produce the right outcome. She owned a property. She had acquired it 5 years ago as an investment. A large house in a quiet residential area of the Western District, significantly more space than one person needed, which she had rented intermittently and which happened to be currently between tenants. It had 7 bedrooms, which she noted was either convenient or prescient, depending on one's view of how the universe operated. The group moved into it on a Saturday in late November. Moving, Izuku reflected, was one of those activities that reveals things about people that more formal interactions do not. Nana approached it with military efficiency, assigning tasks, establishing a sequence, completing her own portion of the work with the systematic thoroughness that characterized everything she did. Namiri approached it with enthusiasm and occasional dramatic commentary on the character of each item she encountered, providing a running analysis of what various objects revealed about their owner that was penetrating enough to be uncomfortable and funny enough to be forgivable. The fourth bearer, whom they had begun calling by her recovered name, Hain, was quiet and observational in a way that turned out, over the course of the day, to be the expression of someone who was processing a great deal of new information very carefully. She had been a healer in her era, her stockpile quirk oriented toward restoration rather than combat, and she brought to the group a quality of perceptive stillness that was different from anything else present. The sixth, Kazuki, was economical. He moved quickly, lifted things that needed lifting, spoke when he had something specific to say, and did not speak otherwise. Izuku found him comfortable in the way that people who have similar orientations towards silence are comfortable with each other. By evening the house was functionally arranged, not finished in the decorative sense. There were boxes still to be unpacked and decisions still to be made about how to organize a shared space for 7 people with different histories and habits, but livable. The kitchen was operational. The rooms were assigned. The common areas had their essential furniture. They ate dinner together at the large table in the dining room, which was the first meal they had all shared in a space adequate to contain all of them, and the quality of the meal, which Ryukyu and Izuku had prepared together in a collaboration that turned out to be surprisingly efficient, had something celebratory about it without being designated as a celebration. Afterward, in the natural settling of an evening that has included significant physical work, they arranged themselves in the living room in the configuration that would become, in the weeks and months that followed, their characteristic evening arrangement. Some seated, some at the table still, some standing, the particular geometry of people who are comfortable enough with each other not to need to consciously arrange themselves. Izuku sat in the chair by the large window that looked out onto the garden, which was dormant now in late November but had the structure of something that had been thoughtfully planned, shaped hedges and a stone path and the bare bones of what would be, in spring, extensive plantings. Nana sat on the arm of the sofa closest to him. This was a proximity she had established gradually over the past weeks, closing distance incrementally in the way of someone who is being honest about what they want without making more of it than the moment requires. "We need a name," Namiri said, from the sofa. She had the expression she wore when an idea had arrived fully formed and she was presenting it as a fait accompli. Not for external purposes. For ourselves. Something that describes what we are. What are we? Hain asked. She was sitting cross-legged in one of the armchairs with the contained quality that seemed to be her natural mode. Something that does not have a prior example, Ryukyu said. Which makes naming it a creative exercise. A household, Izuku said. He had used the word before, in the conversation with Nana weeks ago, and it had stayed with him because it felt accurate in a way that more elaborate descriptions did not. That is the simplest true thing. A household. A household that holds one for all, Nana said. And everyone it carries, Namiri added. Kazuki, who had been quiet for most of the evening, said, "The Vestiges called us that. Before the resurrections. In the space." He paused. The household of the living power. The phrase settled into the room with the quality of something that had found its place. The household, Nana said, testing it. The household, Namiri agreed. Outside, the winter night was doing what winter nights do, holding everything in its cold patience, waiting for the season to turn. Inside the house in the Western District, 7 people sat together in the warm light of a room that was already, in the way rooms become when people inhabit them with genuine intention, beginning to feel like home. Izuku looked at all of them, one at a time, with the thoroughness he brought to things that mattered, and felt the weight he had been carrying, which was enormous and real and not going anywhere, distribute itself across 7 sets of shoulders instead of one. It was lighter. Not light. But lighter. He allowed himself to feel that fully. Chapter 17, The Education of the Returned. There was a period, roughly 6 weeks long, that Izuku privately thought of as the integration phase. This was not a term anyone else used. It was his internal label for the process by which 5 people who had been outside the world for varying lengths of time learned to inhabit the current version of it. The process was ongoing and would continue to be ongoing. There were layers of the modern world that would take years to fully navigate, but the first 6 weeks were the most intensive and the most interesting. Nana had already done most of this work by the time the others arrived, which made her the natural person to help facilitate it. She did this with the directness and thoroughness that characterized her in all practical matters, establishing a working group, identifying categories of essential knowledge, developing a sequence for covering them. She was, Izuku observed, an excellent teacher. This should not have surprised him given what he knew of her history, but encountering it directly was different from knowing it abstractly. Hain learned the fastest. Her mind was structured for pattern recognition, the legacy of a quirk that had required her to understand the precise state of living systems, and she applied that structural capacity to the task of understanding the current world with a speed that was quietly impressive. She also had the particular advantage of someone whose emotional equilibrium is genuinely stable, who encounters new information without the anxiety of needing it to confirm something she already believed. Kazuki learned differently, in the way of someone who prioritizes functional understanding over comprehensive understanding. He wanted to know how things worked well enough to operate within them, and once he had that, he moved on to the next thing. This approach was efficient and occasionally left gaps that became apparent later, which he then filled with the same practical directness he brought to everything. Nemuri's role in the integration process was partly educational and partly theatrical. She had developed a technique of introducing the others to modern cultural products that she found particularly significant or amusing, and then using their reactions as a jumping-off point for broader discussions of how the culture had changed. This was not a formally structured method. It produced, nonetheless, consistently useful results. One evening Izuku came home from a commission consultation to find 4 of them arranged in the living room watching what appeared to be a competitive cooking program, with Nemuri providing commentary that was simultaneously running on 2 tracks, a genuine appreciation of the culinary techniques on display and an anthropological analysis of what the program's structure revealed about current food culture. He sat down without interrupting. Ryukyu, who was seated beside him on the sofa, leaned over and said very quietly, "This has been happening for 2 hours. Hain has questions about fermentation." "Fermentation is a reasonable place to have questions," he said. "She has many of them." He looked at the group, at Hain's intent focus on the screen and Kazuki's more peripheral attention and Nana's expression of someone who was genuinely engaged despite having come to the activity with minimal expectations, and he felt a warmth that was specific and uncomplicated and very present. He had not had a household before. Not in this sense. His mother's apartment had been a home, warm and real, but a home shaped around absence, around the fact that the thing she wanted for him was something he would have to find somewhere other than within those walls. UA had been formative and communal and had given him relationships that mattered enormously, but it was an institution, and institutions have a different quality from households. This was different from both of those things. The next day, Nana instituted what she called practical hero education sessions, which were 2-hour blocks in the mornings when the 4 resurrected bearers worked with Izuku on understanding the current state of hero society, its structure and its gaps and the specific ways in which it had changed since each of them had been part of it. These sessions were dense and demanding and also, frequently, illuminating for Izuku himself, because the questions that people with historical distance ask about current structures have a quality of perspective that current practitioners often cannot access. "The mentorship infrastructure," Hain said one morning, toward the end of a session that had been covering the current status of UA and the other hero academies, "is less integrated than it was in the earlier eras. Each generation is trained in relative isolation from the lived experience of previous generations. The veterans teach, but they teach curriculum. They do not pass down the actual weight of what they know. Because the veterans who could do that are often the ones who were lost," Nana said quietly. "Yes." Hain paused. "This household is partly a solution to that problem." "Not completely. But partly." Izuku had been writing notes, which was automatic when something important was being said. He looked up. "That is exactly right. And it points toward one of the things I think we need to develop a position on. Our relationship to the next generation of heroes. Not just the current work. What we build here, how we make it useful beyond our own circle. Kazuki said, from his position leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, one thing at a time. He is right, Ryukyu said. The foundation first. Then what we build on it. The foundation, Namiri said, with the tone she used when she was making a point that appeared light and was not, is already here. It has been here since he brought the first of us back. She looked at Izuku. You are the foundation. Not as a figure or a symbol. As a person. And the work of these weeks is all of us understanding what it means to build on that. He looked at her for a moment. I do not want to be a foundation in the sense of something that holds things up and does not itself move. You will not be, she said. We will not let you be. That is the point. Outside, the late November morning was doing its best with the limited light it had to work with, and inside the house in the Western District, 7 people were building something that did not have a prior example, one morning session at a time. Chapter 18, What Namiri Carries. She woke at 3 in the morning and lay in the dark for a while, which was not unusual. The sleeping patterns she had established in her first life had not transferred cleanly to her resurrected one, and she had learned to treat the night hours not as something to be gotten through but as a different kind of time with its own uses. She had been thinking about her students. Not all of them. The specific ones. The ones she had taught in her last years, the class that had been with her through the escalating pre-war period, the ones she had watched develop and worry and grow with the particular attentiveness she brought to the young people in her care. She knew from the records she had reviewed that most of them were alive and working. She knew their professional names and their current rankings and the broad outlines of what their careers had become. She did not know the texture of it. The daily reality. Who they were now at the granular level that you only know about someone when you have been present in their life. She had not been. This was the weight she had been carrying since her return that she had not fully articulated to anyone, partly because articulating it required admitting the depth of the loss and partly because she was aware that articulating losses in a household that was in the business of recovering from loss required care about timing. She got up. The house was quiet in the way that large houses are quiet at 3 in the morning, with the settled sound of many people sleeping, a kind of weighted hush that is different from the silence of an empty building. She went to the kitchen and made tea with the ease of someone who had been doing it in this kitchen long enough to navigate it in the dark. She was standing at the kitchen window, looking at the garden, when she heard footsteps. Izuku appeared in the doorway. He was wearing training clothes, which meant he had either just come back from a late run or was about to go on an early one, and he was holding a bottle of water, and he looked at her with the particular quality of attention he directed at people he could see were carrying something. The students, she said, before he could ask. It was easier to lead with the content than to build to it. He crossed to the counter and leaned against it. Which ones specifically? All of them, she said. The ones I taught. I know they are alive. I know their careers. But I do not know them. She paused. I was supposed to know them. That was the agreement I made with myself when I became a teacher, that I would know my students in the way that makes teaching mean something, not just the classroom version of them but the actual person. She turned her teacup in her hands. I ran out of time. He was quiet for a moment. Some of them, he said carefully, are people I know. Or people I have worked alongside. I know. She had thought about this. That is not the same as me knowing them. No, he agreed. It is not. I want, she said, and then stopped, because what she wanted was complicated and she was choosing the right frame for it. I want to find a way back to them that does not require me to either explain the impossible or maintain a concealment that becomes a barrier. She looked at him directly. The disclosure. When it happens. I want it to happen in a way that gives me the chance to be in their lives again. Not as a ghost. As a person. He looked at her for a long moment. She could see him thinking, running through the implications and the timeline and the practical shape of what she was describing. That is one of the reasons, he said slowly, that getting the disclosure right matters so much. Not just institutionally. Personally. For each of us. Yes. I will build the plan with that in mind, he said. Your students specifically. When the time comes, I want you to be able to go back to them as yourself. She looked at him and felt the particular quality of gratitude that does not embarrass because it is given to someone who has earned it. You are, she said, a genuinely exceptional young man. I want you to know that I am aware of it and that the awareness is not sentimental. It is evaluative. He made the small, slightly uncomfortable sound he made when he received direct appreciation without being able to immediately redirect it. She had come to find this sound endearing in a way she chose not to examine too closely at 3 in the morning. Thank you, he managed. You are welcome. She finished her tea. Go on your run. I will be fine. I know you will, he said. I am also going to stay for a few more minutes. She did not argue. They stood together in the quiet kitchen in the middle of the night, and the garden outside was dark and dormant and patient, and the house held them with the particular warmth of a building that has been decided about. I am glad to be back, she said eventually, very quietly. Not to him specifically. To the fact of it. I am glad you are back, he said. Also to the fact of it. Also to her. The night outside did not change. But something in the kitchen settled, the way things settle when they have been said and heard and acknowledged and allowed to be true. Chapter 19, The Last of the Seven. Yoichi was the last. This was his choice. When Izuku had proposed the sequence of restorations, working through the remaining vestiges after the fourth and sixth bearers, Yoichi had suggested, with the quiet deliberateness of someone who had thought carefully about a position before stating it, that he should go last. I have been here the longest, he explained, in one of the vestige space sessions that continued even as the physical group grew. I have been the deepest layer. I would rather see the others returned first and know the foundation is in place before I come back myself. Izuku had understood this reasoning on multiple levels and had not argued with it. The fifth bearer, whose recovery came between the fourth and sixth and Yoichi, was a woman, which Izuku had not known from the historical records and which the vestige space had not made apparent because the vestiges did not present themselves in ways that emphasized physical characteristics. Her name, recovered gradually through the vestige conversations over the months of the work, was Misa. She was compact and precise and had the quality of someone whose most significant characteristic was a form of absolute reliability, the kind that does not announce itself because it does not need to. Her return had been the most technically demanding of the sequential restorations, for reasons that Izuku and Nana had identified in advance but that still required the full deployment of everything the mechanism could bring to bear. She came back in the early morning of a Tuesday in December, with snow beginning to fall outside the windows of the house in the Western District and the household gathered in the living room in the quiet and focused mode they had developed for these occasions. She looked around the room with the comprehensive assessment of someone who had been a working hero in an era that required constant environmental awareness. Then she looked at Izuku. You look exactly like I expected, she said. How did you expect me to look? He asked. Like someone carrying more than any person should carry and refusing to put it down, she said, except that you have found people to carry it with you, which changes the quality of the carrying. She looked around the room again. We are almost all here. One more, he said. Yoichi. She nodded. He should see this. All of this. She gestured at the room, at the household, at the accumulated reality of what had been built. Yoichi's restoration came 6 days later. By that point Izuku had been carrying one for all for long enough, and had developed his understanding of it to sufficient depth, that the mechanism had become something he could execute with the precision of a practiced skill rather than the sustained desperation of a first attempt. This did not make it easy. It made it possible to do well. He went down at sunset. The golden hour light was coming through the windows of the room where they had laid out the particular arrangements that had developed over time as the optimal configuration for the mechanism, and the household was gathered, all 6 of the resurrected bearers, Nana and the 4th and 5th and 6th and Misa, and Ryukyu and Namuri, arrayed in the support configuration they had worked out collectively. He opened the power. He found the pattern. He had been carrying Yoichi for his entire time as a bearer and the impression was the most complete and most resonant he had ever worked with, not a model reconstructed from secondary sources but the actual foundational layer of who Yoichi was, present in the deepest structure of one for all itself. The boundary opened. Yoichi was standing in the center of the room. He looked exactly as he had looked in the vestige space, fine-featured, slight, with that quality of quiet presence that becomes undeniable through sustained attention. He looked at each person in the room in turn, taking his time with it, his expression moving through something complex. When he reached Izuku, he stopped looking. "You did it," he said. His voice was very quiet. "We did it," Izuku said. Yoichi looked at the room again. All of them. The household. The thing that had been built over the past months through an unprecedented mechanism and a quality of intention that had not wavered even when the cost was significant. "I have been waiting," Yoichi said, "for a very long time, to see what One for All would become when it found the right person." He paused. "I did not imagine it would become this." "What did you imagine?" Namiri asked from her position by the window. "Something stronger," he said. "More powerful in the physical sense. I did not imagine it would become something that brings people home." He looked at Izuku steadily. "That is better," he said. "That is considerably better." Izuku looked at him and felt, in the particular way that the full weight of a completed thing makes itself felt, the magnitude of what had been accomplished. 7 people in the world who had not been in it. A household where there had been an apartment. A distribution of weight that had once been carried alone. Outside, the December evening was settling into full dark, and the first stars were becoming visible through the windows, and inside the house in the Western District, the number of people who had been returned to the world reached the number it was always going to reach. It was not, he knew, the end of the work. The work had barely begun. But this part of it, this foundational, extraordinary, unprecedented part of it, was complete. All 7. All home. Chapter 20, What Grows in Winter. December in Muzutafu was cold and clear and shorter than summer by every measure that could be applied to daylight, but the city had a quality in its winter hours that Izuku had always appreciated, a sense of being reduced to its essential elements, the way cold air removes ambient warmth and leaves the world more precisely itself. The house in the Western District had settled into its winter configuration. The garden was dormant, the hedges dark against the gray of the cold season, but someone, Hain he suspected based on her developing interest in living things, had placed a series of small planters on the garden-facing windowsills containing herbs that continued their patient work regardless of the season. The household had developed rhythms. Morning runs, for those who ran, which was most of them, departing in various configurations depending on preference and purpose. Nana and Izuku ran together several mornings a week, which had begun as practical, 2 people with compatible pace who happened to be awake early, and had become something that neither of them designated differently but that both of them arranged their morning schedules to protect. Meals were shared in the evenings and on weekends, with cooking distributed through the household on a rotation that had evolved naturally from people discovering what they were capable of and what they enjoyed. Yoichi turned out to be an exceptional cook, which surprised everyone including himself, since the culinary traditions of his era bore limited resemblance to the current options available. He approached the difference as a technical challenge and produced, within 3 weeks, food that was consistently excellent. The working sessions continued, now larger and richer for the additional perspectives the full household brought. Yoichi's contributions were of a particular quality, historical depth combined with a foundational understanding of One for All that no one else could quite match. He had built it. He knew its structure the way an architect knows the building they designed, not just how it functions but why it functions that way, what the intentions were at the level of first principles. The accumulation was always the point, he said one evening, during a session that had moved into the deep history of how the power had been designed. Not the raw strength. The accumulation of what each bearer carried. Their experience. Their character. Their way of understanding the world. He looked at Izuku. You are the fullest expression of the design. Not because your power is the largest, though it is. Because you have integrated all of it. All of us. And now all of us are here to be integrated in a different way, actually present rather than carried in potential. The design assumed a single bearer, Izuku said. The design assumed the limitations of what was possible at the time it was made, Yoichi said. You have exceeded those limitations. Which is exactly what I hoped would happen, when I hoped. when I thought it might be possible for hope to be the right category. The evenings had developed a quality that Izuku had not previously had words for and was now constructing words for as he experienced it. The specific warmth of a large and varied group of people who have chosen each other, who have arrived at genuine mutual knowledge through sustained proximity and sustained honesty, who share a purpose that is real enough to anchor them and large enough to not constrain them. He sat with Nana in the garden one afternoon, despite the cold, because she had asked if he wanted to see what the garden looked like in winter and he had said yes. They were wearing enough layers to make the cold manageable and they were walking the stone path between the dormant plantings while she described what each one would become in spring, based on the plant markers Hayne had identified and researched. You have been quiet today, she said. Not with concern. With attention. I have been thinking, he said. About what specifically? He considered how to frame it. About the difference between what I imagined this would be and what it actually is. And? I imagined something more strategic, he said. More shaped around the work. The capability. What the household could accomplish as a force in hero society. He paused. What it actually is more personal than that. More about the people than the purpose. And the purpose turns out to be better served by that orientation than by the one I originally imagined. She was quiet for a moment, walking beside him on the stone path. You are surprised that people matter more than plans, she said, with a quality in her voice that was gentle. I am surprised that I needed to learn it experientially even though I intellectually understood it, he said. Yes, she said. That is how the important things work. You know them and then you know them. He looked at her profile in the winter light. She was looking at the dormant garden with an expression that had the quality of someone who is fully present in a moment and is aware of being so. He had been patient. He had been waiting for the right conditions to say the thing that had been true for months. Standing in the cold garden in December with the household warm and real inside the house behind them, he recognized the conditions. Nana, he said. She turned to look at him. I need to say something that I have been saying in a different language for a while, and I would like to say it in the direct one. Her expression shifted into something that was careful and open simultaneously. I care about you in a way that is not ancestral and not collegial and not the gratitude I have for what you represent to the history of this power, he said. It is personal. It is specific to you. And I am not asking you to respond to it in any particular way. I am just, he paused, telling you. Because concealing it has started to feel like a form of dishonesty with someone who deserves honesty. The winter garden was very quiet around them. She looked at him for a long moment with the silver eyes that had been the first thing he saw when she materialized in the vestige space at the start of all of this. I know, she said. Her voice was steady and warm. I have known for some time. I have also been telling you, in the other language. A pause. I would like to use the direct one too. She held his gaze with the complete unhesitant quality that was so characteristic of her. I care about you in exactly the same way. Specifically. Personally. In a way that I did not expect and that I am not sorry for. The cold garden held them for a moment in its patient winter silence. Then she put her gloved hand in his, and they stood together in the dormant garden of the house they shared with 7 people who had been returned from impossible places, and the world was cold and clear and exactly what it was. Inside, through the kitchen window, the warm light of the house was visible, and the shapes of people moving through it, and the particular quality of a place that is inhabited with genuine intention. They went in eventually, back to the warmth and the voices and the work that was waiting. But the moment in the garden was complete before they left it, whole and real, one of the kind that stay. Chapter 21, The Shape of What is Being Built. January arrived with the uncompromising clarity of a new year that had no interest in being gentle about its newness. The household in the Western District met the new year with a full working session, not because any of them had planned it that way, but because the evening of the first had naturally evolved into a discussion of the year ahead, its challenges and its intentions, and the discussion had the quality of something important enough not to truncate by the hour. They sat in the large living room with the particular arrangements of the past months, the settled configuration of people who have found their places in a shared space, and Yoichi, who had a quality in these sessions of being simultaneously the most historically distant and the most foundationally present, spoke first. We should discuss disclosure, he said. Properly. Not as a future problem but as a near-term plan. Agreed, Ryukyu said immediately. She had been waiting for this conversation to become the primary agenda item since she had joined the household. The current situation has been sustainable because I have managed the commission interface carefully and because Midoriya's established patterns of behavior give him significant latitude. But sustainability is not the same as stability. The gap between what the commission knows and what is actually true is widening, and wide gaps accumulate pressure. The question, Nana said, is not whether to disclose but what we are disclosing to. Not just the fact of the resurrections. The full scope. The household. What we are. What we intend to be. And the terms, Namuri added, on which we disclose it. We are not reporting to the commission. We are informing them. The distinction matters. This was the distinction that Izuku had been working through for months, and hearing it stated plainly by Namuri with that precision felt like the beginning of being able to act on it. The commission has authority over hero licensing and oversight of hero activities in the public sphere, he said. It does not have authority over who lives in a house together or what they do with their private lives or the private operation of a capability that has never been within the commission's jurisdiction because no one knew it existed. He paused. What they have legitimate interest in is the hero work. How this household operates in the professional sphere. And on that dimension, we can give them complete transparency. They will want more, Ryukyu said. They will want more, he agreed. And we will have a clear and consistent answer about what they can and cannot have. Not because we are in opposition to oversight. Because there is a boundary between what institutions legitimately oversee and what they do not, and that boundary matters. You have been thinking about this for months, Hain said. She was the observer in these sessions, the one who tracked the conversation at a level slightly above its surface content. The clarity you are bringing to it now is not new thinking. It is completed thinking. Yes, he said. I needed to understand what we are before I could articulate how we relate to the structures around us. We are the household first. Everything else is secondary to that. Misa, who had been quiet, said, when? Spring, he said. Late spring. After the commission's annual review cycle. The timing gives them a stable institutional moment to receive significant new information, and it gives us the rest of winter and early spring to complete the internal work. What internal work remains? Kazuki asked. The theoretical expansion of the mechanism, Izuku said. I want to understand its full scope before we disclose, because the disclosure will immediately generate questions about what it can do and I want to have honest and complete answers. He paused. And I want us to be fully ourselves before we present ourselves to the world. Not still assembling. Complete. Are we not complete? Yoichi asked. Izuku considered this. We are complete as a household. But there are people outside this household who I believe belong in its orbit, not necessarily living here, not necessarily in this daily configuration, but connected to it. Aware of it. Part of what it is. Specific people? Nana asked. Specific people. He had been thinking about this with increasing precision over the past weeks. People who are alive in the current world. Who are connected to me by history and by trust and who are carrying weights that they should not have to carry alone. He looked at the group. I have been careful not to expand this circle beyond what could be properly held. But the household is established now. Its foundation is real. And there are people who I think deserve to be part of what we have found here. The room was quiet for a moment. Then we bring them in, Namuri said. Simply. As if it were entirely obvious. One at a time, Ryukyu said. With care. The way we have done everything. Yes, Izuku said. He thought about the people he was thinking of. He thought about their specific weights and their specific qualities and the specific ways they had mattered in the history of everything that had led to this room, this household, this January evening. The new year was cold and clear outside the windows of the house, and inside it, 9 people and the warm weight of 8 generations of accumulated courage were beginning to understand the full shape of what they were becoming. It was large. It was ambitious in the particular way of things that are ambitious not because they seek power but because they seek to be adequate to the scale of what is needed. It was, Izuku thought, looking around the room at the faces that had come to matter to him individually and completely, exactly right. Chapter 22, Letters Never Sent. He found her notebooks by accident. Nana's notebooks. 3 of them, recovered from the box she had brought with her from the apartment, which she had not mentioned and which had been sitting on the shelf in her room since the move. He found them not because he went looking but because she had left them on the kitchen table one morning when he came down early, and she was not in the kitchen, and the top one was open. He did not read it. He looked at the page for long enough to register that it was handwritten, dense and organized in the way her thinking was organized, and then he closed it and put it back as it had been and made tea and waited. She came in 20 minutes later, saw the notebooks on the table, and looked at him with the expression of someone who is assessing whether an explanation is needed. "I have been writing," she said. "I noticed," he said. "I did not read." "I know." She sat down and put her hand on the top notebook without opening it. "It is something I started in the vestige space. When I became more substantial. I was processing what I had been carrying and I found that writing it down helped." He waited. "Some of it," she said, "is about the years before I died. The things I did not say to people I should have said things to." She paused. Gran Torino. Students I had. Colleagues who mattered. Another pause. Letters I never sent because I had decided that distance was the safer choice. And now? She looked at the notebook. Now I am writing them anyway. Even the ones where the person they were addressed to is no longer in a position to receive them. The writing is not for their benefit. It is for mine. She looked up at him. And some of them, she said, with the directness she brought to things that cost her something, are addressed to you. To the version of you I met in the vestige space before I understood what this would become. When you were just the bearer, the next one, the one I was responsible for in the abstract way of a predecessor who does not expect to have an actual relationship with their successor. What do you say to that version of me? He asked quietly. That I was wrong about the abstraction, she said. That the abstract relationship became a real one faster than I knew how to account for. That I am glad it did. She turned the notebook over in her hands. That someone who was willing to bring me back to the world, at the cost it cost, deserved to be known. Not just to hold me as a pattern. To actually know me. I know you, he said. He said it with the simple certainty of a true thing. Yes, she said. You do. And I am writing the letters anyway because the writing tells me what I know, which is different from knowing it without writing. He understood this completely. He had filled 12 notebooks himself, and he knew exactly the difference between knowing something as a held understanding and knowing it as a written thing, examined and organized and committed to a form that could be returned to. Can I read them someday? He asked. Not today. Someday. If you decide you want that. She looked at him for a long moment. Yes, she said. I think I will decide that. They sat together in the morning kitchen with the tea he had made and the notebooks on the table between them, and the house was quiet around them, the others not yet awake, and the winter light was coming through the windows in the particular way of January mornings, low and clear and making long shadows. I wrote something for you, he said. He had not planned to say this. It arrived as the right thing to say in the moment and he trusted that. She looked at him. Not a letter, he said. More like notes. The kind I take when something is important. I have been taking them since the first night in the vestige space when you appeared and said you were more here than before. He paused. I have been taking them about all of you. But yours are the most extensive. Because I was first, she said. Because, he said, and stopped, and found the honest word. Because you mattered first. Before the others. You were the one who changed what this was. The silver of her eyes caught the January light. I would like to read those, she said. Someday. Someday, he agreed. They sat in the morning light, and the house around them held the slow sounds of people beginning to wake, and what was between them had the quality of something fully real and fully acknowledged and fully patient about the form it was still in the process of taking. It was enough, for this morning. More than enough. Chapter 23, The Weight Distributed. The training began in February. Not hero training in the conventional sense. The restored bearers did not need to learn their quirks or their combat capacities. Those things had returned with them in the same essential form they had been developed in their original lives, requiring refinement and updating to account for the changed landscape of hero combat but not reconstruction from a foundation. What they were training was the distributed mechanism itself. Izuku had come to understand, through the months of working with the household, that the resurrection mechanism was not the only application of what the power could do when it was held collectively. The distributed support that the Vestiges had provided during each restoration pointed toward a broader principle, that one for all, at its current development, could be operated in a way that was genuinely collaborative rather than purely individual. He could not transfer the power. That was not how One for All worked, and he had no desire to change that fundamental characteristic. But he could extend its effects. In close proximity, in sustained coordinated focus, the household's engagement with the power could amplify its precision and its scope in ways that he alone could not achieve. The training sessions took place in the large basement space that had been converted for this purpose, a room without windows, with walls and floors rated for significant physical stress. They began simply, with exercises and sustained shared focus, the household holding a coordinated intention together while Izuku directed the power through it. The first sessions were modest in what they demonstrated. The later ones were extraordinary. Nana proved to be the strongest individual collaborator in these sessions. This was consistent with her history. She had always been someone who could sustain focused intention under significant pressure. But in this context the quality expressed itself in a way that was new. When she participated in a distributed session, the stability of the entire system improved measurably. She was not contributing power in any conventional sense. She was providing structural coherence, the quality that made the distributed mechanism more precise rather than merely larger. Namiri's contribution was different. She brought what Izuku had eventually labeled emotional fidelity, the capacity to hold the human dimension of a complex operation clearly in focus, which turned out to matter in ways he had not anticipated. In the resurrection mechanism, this had been the difference between a technically correct execution and one that produced a complete person rather than a functional approximation. In the extended applications they were developing, it had analogous effects. Ryukyu contributed strategic integration, the ability to hold multiple simultaneous objectives and manage their relative priorities, which was a professional skill she had developed over years of managing complex operations and which transferred to this context with unexpected power. Hain contributed something that none of them had a good term for and that Yoichi eventually described as deep pattern recognition, the same quality that had made her a healer in her original era. The ability to perceive the essential structure of a living system and understand what it required. Kazuki contributed stability. This was not a dramatic contribution in the descriptive sense, but in the practical sense it was foundational. He was the element that kept the distributed system from being destabilized by its own complexity. Misa contributed consistency. Her presence in the system was what allowed sustained operations that would otherwise have exceeded individual attention spans. She was, Yoichi said, the closest thing to his original design intention that the household contained, someone who understood accumulation and maintenance and the long slow work of holding something important without faltering. And Yoichi himself contributed memory. Not simply his own. The accumulated memory of every generation the power had passed through. In the distributed system, this gave the mechanism an access to historical pattern that was qualitatively different from anything any other element could provide. Together, in the basement room on February afternoons, they became something that did not have a prior name. Izuku sat at the center of it and felt the weight redistribute itself across 9 points instead of one and understood, more fully each time, what this had always been trying to become. One evening after a session that had been particularly demanding and particularly successful, they sat on the basement floor, all 9 of them, in the comfortable exhaustion of shared significant effort, and nobody spoke for a while because the silence was the right texture for what they were all feeling. Namiri broke it eventually. "We should call this something," she said. "The distributed operation. What it is when we are all in it together." "The tide," Misa said. She said it without preamble, as if it were obvious. the tide, Nana repeated. She looked at the way the light from the single overhead lamp was distributed across the room, across all of their faces. Yes. That is accurate. The tide, Izuku said. The household agreed with the silence that meant the thing had found its name and could now be known by it. Outside, February was doing what February does, insisting on itself with the persistence of a season that knows spring is coming but refuses to consider it relevant. Inside the basement, 9 people who between them carried 8 generations of courage and one present miracle rested in the good tiredness of work that meant something. The tide had a name now. In the spring it would have a direction. Chapter 24, The Emperor and His Court. Yoichi used the word first. He used it in passing, during a morning session in mid-February when they were working through the historical documentation of One for All's bearers and what each of them had faced, a project that Izuku had proposed as both historically valuable and personally important to the bearers themselves, a chance to see their own lives from the outside. The emperor of a lineage, Yoichi said, referring to a framework from his era's political vocabulary that he was applying by analogy to the structure of One for All through its generations, is not the one who holds the most power in the absolute sense. The emperor is the one in whom the lineage culminates. The one whose existence gives the accumulated history its final meaning. He said it descriptively, without emphasis, as part of a larger point about the nature of legacy and accumulated power. But the word caught in the room the way certain words catch, landing not as a label but as a recognition. Namuri looked at Izuku. Izuku felt the word against him and did not deflect it. You have been called many things, Ryukyu said, after a moment. Her tone was the one she used for precise observations. Symbol. Successor. The next All Might, which you have always correctly resisted. But this is different. This is not a comparison to something prior. It is a description of something specific. The accumulated lineage, Nana said quietly, working it through. All 8 of us before him. Our specific and irreducible contributions. His integration of all of it into something that can do what no single bearer could do. The culmination. I am uncomfortable with the word, Izuku said honestly. I know, Yoichi said. But discomfort with a true thing does not make it untrue. What does the word imply about hierarchy? Izuku asked. Within this household. I do not want a structure that places me above anyone here. An emperor without a court is merely a person with an unusually heavy crown, Yoichi said, with the tone of someone who is quoting a principle from long experience. The word implies the court. It implies the people whose presence gives the emperor the ability to be what they are without being destroyed by the weight of it. The two things are inseparable. Izuku looked around the room. At Nana, steady and silver, who had been the first, who had changed what this was. At Namuri, warm and incisive, who had named them and held their human center. At Ryukyu, precise and clear, who had brought strategic wisdom and genuine care in equal measure. At Hain, perceptive and still. At Kazuki, economical and reliable. At Misa, consistent and sustaining. At Yoichi, deep and foundational and present at last. He had not wanted to be above any of them. He had wanted to be with them. He had, it turned out, been building toward exactly the configuration the word described, not because he was seeking it but because it was what the situation required and he had been responsive to the situation. The emperor, he said slowly, testing the word against what he felt about his own role, in the sense of the one in whom the lineage culminates. Who carries the full accumulated weight and is responsible for what it does in the world. Yes. That is accurate. And the court, Nana said, in the sense of the people who hold the emperor and refuse to let the weight become solitary. Who distribute it and direct it and ensure that the one at the center does not disappear into the role. She held his gaze steadily. That is also accurate. The emperor and his court, Namuri said. She had the expression she wore when a phrase had arrived in its final form. That is what we are. It makes us sound very grand, Kazuki said, with the dry delivery that was his version of humor. We are very grand, Namuri said, with complete sincerity. I refuse to be modest about it. We are an unprecedented assembly of resurrected heroines and modern veterans gathered around the most powerful person alive for the purpose of ensuring that power is held with wisdom and shared love. That is extremely grand. Misa made a sound that was definitely a laugh. This was notable because it was the first time Izuku had heard her laugh. She is right, Hayne said. Extraordinary things should be called what they are. Modesty is for things that are merely good. Izuku looked at all of them and felt the word settle into him not as a burden but as a description. Not of what he was above. Of what he was at the center of. Of what, through the most extraordinary sequence of events he could imagine, he had been given the extraordinary fortune to build. Then, he said, let us be the best version of what we are. Outside, February was turning toward its end. The light was different than it had been a month ago, incrementally but perceptibly longer, the first evidence that the season was in fact moving. Inside the house in the Western District, the Emperor of the Living Power and his court of returned heroines and trusted veterans sat with the name they had found and the purpose they had built and the spring that was coming. There was a great deal of work ahead. They were ready for it. They were ready for it together, which was the only way the work had ever had a chance of being done correctly, and the only way any of them intended to do it now. Act 3, The Garden and the Tide. Chapter 25, The First Week of Spring. March came in slowly, the way it always did in Muzutafu, incrementally and without ceremony, the temperature lifting by fractions of a degree each day and the light extending by minutes that accumulated across weeks into something that eventually, one morning, simply felt like a different season. The garden at the house in the Western District responded with the unhurried authority of things that have been waiting correctly. The hedges produced their first new growth. The plant markers that Hayne had placed along the stone path began to correspond to actual emerging things, small and determined and entirely certain of what they intended to become. Izuku noticed the garden the way he noticed most things, completely and then specifically. He noticed the first green shoots with the same quality of attention he gave to everything that represented something taking hold in the world, the same recognition he felt when a strategic plan began to move from concept into action, when a principle he had been working toward became something he could demonstrate rather than merely describe. The household had shifted with the season in ways that were subtle and cumulative. The morning runs now included Hayne, who had spent the winter months building back the physical conditioning that her restored body retained in pattern but required practice to express fully. She ran differently from the others, with a quality of attentiveness to her own physical experience that was characteristic of her in every context, always in the process of gathering information about the state of a living system, always noting what needed attention. She was the person in the household most likely to notice that someone was tired before they said so, most likely to appear quietly beside a person struggling with something with whatever specific form of help the situation required. Yoichi had taken to the garden with a focus that Izuku found both understandable and moving. He spent an hour there most mornings after the run, learning what the plants were, asking Hayne questions about their particular natures and requirements, doing the patient work of the space in the way that someone does a thing when it represents something more than the task itself. He was, Izuku understood, learning the physical world again from the ground up, literally, and the garden was where the lessons were most direct. Mimuri had resumed contact with the present era of hero culture through the mechanism she was best equipped to use, which was professional writing. She had begun contributing anonymous analysis pieces to several of the major hero journalism publications, pieces that carried her characteristic combination of ethical seriousness and penetrating observation about structural issues in hero society. They were being received with significant attention. No one knew who was writing them. She found this arrangement satisfying in a specific way. Ryukyu continued to manage the commission interface with the precision and careful strategic management that the situation required. She was present at the house 3 or 4 evenings a week and had a room of her own that had taken on the quality of permanence despite its ostensibly temporary designation. She and Nana had developed a working relationship that Izuku observed with appreciation, two women whose approaches to problem-solving were differently oriented but whose commitment to the same underlying values made them natural allies. They were often the last two awake, at the kitchen table with tea, working through the aspects of the disclosure plan that required the most careful construction. The disclosure plan was the dominant practical project of the early spring. Izuku had been building it since January, iteratively, incorporating the household's collective input across dozens of discussions. By March it had reached a form that was complete enough to be the actual plan rather than a working draft, and he had presented it to the full household in the third week of the month with the thoroughness of someone who understood that commitment to a significant action required genuine collective understanding of what was being committed to. The plan had 3 phases. The first phase was targeted personal disclosure to specific individuals outside the household whom Izuku had identified as essential allies in the broader transition. Not the commission. Not the public. Specific people, chosen for the quality of their relationship with him and the quality of their own judgment, who needed to know before the institutional conversation began so that there would be people positioned throughout hero society who understood the full situation from a position of genuine knowledge rather than institutional briefing. The second phase was commission disclosure. Controlled, complete in the dimensions that were legitimately the Commission's concern, accompanied by the legal analysis that Ryukyu had been developing for weeks with the assistance of a former hero law specialist she trusted absolutely. The third phase was the public dimension. More gradual, more shaped by how the first 2 phases proceeded, more dependent on the quality of the foundation built in the earlier phases. They did not presume to script it. They committed to navigating it with honesty and consistency. He presented it. The household received it. The questions were thorough and the discussion was long, and at the end of it the household had collectively committed to the plan with the kind of commitment that comes from genuine understanding rather than institutional compliance. They would begin phase 1 in April. Outside, March was doing its patient incremental work, and the garden was becoming something, and the season was turning the way seasons turn, without asking permission and without apology. Chapter 26, The Conversation with Gran Torino. He was 93 years old and in excellent health for 93, which meant that he moved more slowly than he had and required slightly more time to process complex information and had developed an extensive and colorful vocabulary for describing the various physical indignities of advanced age. But that his mind was entirely intact and his capacity for being the most direct person in any given room had not diminished by a measurable degree. Izuku had called ahead. This was not a courtesy Gran Torino strictly required, but it was a courtesy that Izuku had learned to extend to people whose time was precious in the specific way that the time of very old people is precious, not because they have less of it in the abstract but because they have learned to be more deliberate about how they use what they have. He arrived at the small house in the afternoon with a container of the soba that Gran Torino preferred and the full weight of what he was about to say organized in his mind with the care he always brought to consequential conversations. Gran Torino was in his chair. He looked at Izuku when he came in with the sharp attention that had never softened despite the years that had softened other things. "You have something significant to tell me," Gran Torino said. He said it before Izuku had put down the soba. "Yes," Izuku said. "Then sit down and tell it." "I do not have the patience for extended preamble at my age." He sat. He told it. He told it the same way he had told Ryukyu, complete and honest and without softening, starting from the development of One for All and moving through the vestige space and the mechanism and the resurrections and the household and everything the household had become over the past months. Gran Torino was quiet throughout. This was unusual. He was not generally a quiet man during conversations. He was a man who interrupted when he had something to say and who had, in Izuku's experience, something to say with significant frequency. His silence now was the silence of someone who was receiving information at such a scale that the processing required all available resources. When Izuku finished, Gran Torino was quiet for a while longer. Then he said, in a voice that was the quietest Izuku had ever heard from him, "She is alive." "Yes," Izuku said. "Nana is alive." "Yes." Another silence. Longer. "I would like," Gran Torino said, and his voice had something in it that was raw in the way very old emotions are raw when they have been held for a very long time and are suddenly required to move, "to see her." "That is why I am here," Izuku said. "Not just to tell you. To ask if you would come. To the house. To meet the household and to see her." Gran Torino was quiet again. He looked at his hands, which were the hands of a very old man, mapped with the history of a long physical life. He looked at them for a long time. "I have been," he said slowly, "carrying her death for many years." I do not use that word casually. Carrying. I mean something specific by it. The way that losing someone who matters to you at the center of your life becomes a weight that you learn to live with because you have no other choice, but that does not become lighter. That simply becomes familiar. I know, Izuku said. You are telling me that the wait is no longer necessary. Yes. That is, Gran Torino said, and then stopped. He tried again. That is a very large thing to tell a 9-3-year-old man without adequate warning. I called ahead, Izuku said. You called ahead to say you were coming, Gran Torino said, with a flash of the sharpness that was his fundamental characteristic. You did not call ahead to say that you were going to rearrange the architecture of my grief. No, Izuku agreed. I did not know how to do that in a phone call. Gran Torino looked at him for a long moment with the expression of someone who was both irritated and entirely unable to argue with the logic. When? He said. Saturday, Izuku said. If that works for you. I will come and bring you. Saturday. Gran Torino looked back at his hands. I will need the interim time to prepare. Of course. And to eat the soba, Gran Torino added, gesturing at the container, because I am 93 and whatever else is happening I still need to eat at the correct intervals. Izuku almost smiled. He controlled it because Gran Torino was in a state that deserved not to be lightened prematurely. But he felt it, the specific warmth of someone whose fundamental character remains intact under the most extraordinary pressure. I will leave you to it, Izuku said, rising. Midoriya, Gran Torino said. He stopped. She chose well, Gran Torino said. Not about Izuku selecting Nana to be resurrected first. About Toshinori. About the choice that had set all of this in motion. He chose very well. He did, Izuku said. He walked out into the March afternoon, and behind him he heard Gran Torino beginning to eat the soba with the practical determination of a 9-3-year-old man who had just been given back something he had stopped expecting. Saturday was 4 days away. He suspected those 4 days would be long for both of them. Chapter 27, Silver and White. Nana knew he was coming before Izuku told her. Not through any supernatural mechanism. Through the specific quality of Izuku's manner on Thursday and Friday, the way he moved through the house with the same competence he always had but with an additional layer of attention that she had learned to read as the sign of something emotionally significant approaching. She had been watching him for months at close range and she knew his textures the way you know the textures of someone you pay sustained and genuine attention to. She asked him Friday evening. Sorahiko, he said. He used the name she would recognize. I told him on Wednesday. He is coming Saturday. She was quiet for a moment. She was standing at the kitchen window, looking at the garden in the evening dark, and she kept looking at it. How was he? She asked. He was Gran Torino, Izuku said. Which means he was sharp and he was controlled, and underneath the sharpness and the control he was something else entirely. He always was, she said. Her voice had a quality he had not heard in it before. Not fragility. Something more like the sound a very strong material makes when it is under the specific kind of stress that its strength was not designed to manage. He said he has been carrying your death for years, Izuku said. He used the word carrying specifically. She did not respond immediately. He waited, because some silences require waiting and he had learned to distinguish them. I knew he would, she said finally. He is the kind of person who does. Who does not set things down just because setting them down would be more comfortable. A pause. I am the same way. It is one of the reasons we understood each other. He said to tell you he needs the interim time to prepare. Something moved through her expression that was private and luminous. That is exactly what he would say, she said. Saturday morning was clear and cool, the particular quality of early spring that is not quite warm enough to be comfortable but that has something in its light that is different from winter, something that suggests the world has made a decision about the direction it is heading. Izuku drove to Gran Torino's house and brought him back to the house in the Western District in the kind of silence that two people who understand each other maintain when they are both preparing for something. Gran Torino looked at the house from the car for a moment before getting out. Then he got out with the deliberate efficiency of someone managing the physical mechanics of very old age without conceding anything to them, and he walked up the path to the front door with Izuku beside him. The household had arranged itself with the instinctive consideration of people who understood what this arrival meant. Most of them were elsewhere in the house, present without being immediately visible, clearing the immediate space for what needed to happen in it. Nana was in the living room. She was standing when Gran Torino came through the door. Standing, not sitting, which was, Izuku understood, a choice about how to present herself for this moment. Upright. Herself. Not diminished by the enormity of it. Gran Torino stopped just inside the doorway. He looked at her. She looked at him. Across the living room of the house in the Western District, across the distance that was not very large in any physical measurement but that contained the span of decades and grief and a friendship that had survived everything that had been done to it, including the thing that should have ended it permanently. You, Gran Torino said. His voice was the quietest it had been in the car and in the small house on Wednesday and possibly in many years. You look exactly the same. You, Nana said, with a warmth that held everything and managed not to break under its weight, look considerably older. Something moved through his face. I have had reason to, he said. She crossed the room. She moved with the quality she always moved with, the physical authority of a hero who had never learned to take up less space than she required. She was taller than him, she had always been taller than him, and when she put her arms around him and held him with the completeness of someone holding something they had thought they would never hold again, he was small against her in the way that very old people are small, the body having done the long work of time. He held on. Izuku had moved to the doorway of the kitchen. He watched, because this was a moment that deserved witnesses even if the witnesses stayed at a distance, and he felt something in his chest that was not his feeling exactly but that he was grateful to be present for. They did not speak for a while. They simply held on. And the house held them, and the spring light came through the windows of the living room in the clear way of early March mornings, and outside in the garden the first things were growing, small and certain and completely sure of what they were becoming. When they separated, Gran Torino looked at her for a moment with the assessment of someone who is confirming, with every available faculty, that a thing is real. Real, he said. Not asking. Real, she confirmed. He turned to look at Izuku in the kitchen doorway, with the expression of someone who has been presented with something so far outside the category of what they expected the world to produce that the only available response is honesty. I told you, he said, years ago, that you would surpass Toshinori in ways I could not predict. He paused. I underestimated what I was saying. You gave me the foundation to do it, Izuku said. Gran Torino made the dismissive sound of someone who accepts a true thing without wanting to discuss it further. Then he looked back at Nana. Show me the house, he said. All of it. I want to see what has been built. She offered her arm. He took it, which was the most significant physical concession Izuku had ever seen him make, and she led him through the house in the Western District, through the rooms of the household she anchored, and the morning went on. Chapter 28, Pain and the Living Things. She had been a healer. In her original life, in the era she had come from, the designation had been different, the vocabulary of hero society had not yet developed the precision it later acquired, but the function had been clear. She perceived the state of living systems with an accuracy that no instrument of her time could match, and she responded to what she perceived with the specific and sustained care of someone for whom restoration was not a technique but a vocation. The quirk had not returned to her in its original form. This was one of the things she had needed to reckon with in the months since her resurrection, the understanding that what she had come back with was not a perfect reproduction of what she had been but a translation. The core of her was intact. The specific expression had shifted in ways that were still becoming clear. What she had now was something closer to perception than active intervention. She could sense the state of living things with the accuracy she remembered, the detailed and precise reading of what was present and what was absent and what required attention. The active restoration capacity that she had possessed in her original life was reduced, present in attenuated form, sufficient for small things but no longer capable of the large-scale work she had once done. She had grieved this. She had done it quietly, in the way she did most things, without announcement. Izuku had noticed, because he noticed things, and he had asked, and she had told him, and his response had been to listen to the full account of the loss without immediately offering a framework for it or a solution for it, which was exactly the right response. She had then decided, with the practical orientation that was also characteristic of her, to work with what she had. The garden was where she started. It was a natural place to start for someone whose perception was tuned to the state of living things and who was relearning the range and quality of her current capacity. The garden asked nothing of her that exceeded what she could currently offer. It had needs that were specific and readable and that responded to attention in visible and gratifying ways. She spent an hour in it each morning, sometimes with Yoichi, sometimes alone. She learned the names and the natures of the plants from the research she did in the evenings and from the patient information provided by the gardening databases that she had discovered represented an extraordinary repository of human knowledge about living things accumulated over centuries. She learned what each plant required. She provided it. The plants responded. She also began, carefully and experimentally, to explore what her reduced capacity could do in the human dimension. The first thing she noticed was that she could read the state of the people in the household with the same quality of accuracy she had always brought to living systems. Not their emotions in the way that empathic quirks read emotions, not a psychic or psychological perception, but a physical reading of the kind that recognized the signs of sustained stress in a body before that body had articulated the stress even to itself. She used this carefully. She did not announce the readings or make them the subject of unsolicited commentary. She simply made herself available in specific and practical ways at moments when the reading told her someone needed something. Misa she brought tea to on the evenings when the adaptation process was showing in the particular way it showed in her, a slight tension through the shoulders and a quality of over-controlled stillness that Hain recognized as the physical expression of someone working very hard to maintain equilibrium. Kazuki she directed, once, to sit down, in the middle of a training session when his body was past what he was willing to admit and was beginning to respond in ways that would have become a problem if the session had continued. He had looked at her with a mixture of irritation and assessment and then had sat down without argument, because she had said it with the certainty of someone whose reading was not an opinion. With Izuku it was more complex. He was the most sustained in his functioning of any of them, the most consistently capable of operating at high levels regardless of what his internal state was doing. This was a skill and it was also, she had come to understand, a risk, because the gap between his functional output and his actual state could grow wider than he was aware of before it reached a critical level. She began leaving small things for him. A particular tea that she had identified as useful for the specific quality of depletion that accumulated during heavy vestige space work. A note on his desk, once, that said only the word rest and nothing else, which he had found at midnight when he had been working for 6 hours beyond what was reasonable. He had come to find her the next morning and asked how she had known. I read living things, she said simply. You are a living thing. I know, he said. I just did not know the reading extended that precisely. It extends as precisely as the situation requires, she said. Which is different from extending arbitrarily. I am not watching you. I am noticing what is present. He had thought about this. The distinction matters to you. Yes, she said. Because the first would be intrusive and the second is care. He had nodded, slowly, with the quality of someone integrating something that rearranged a category. Thank you, he said. For the care. It is what I do, she said. In whatever form the current version of me can do it. She paused. It is enough. I have decided that it is enough. The garden outside the kitchen window was filling in, day by day, with the patient authority of things growing correctly, and Hain watched it sometimes from the window in the early morning before anyone else was awake, reading its state the way she read everything, with the full and specific attention of someone for whom the health of living things was not incidental. It was, she had decided, not a diminished life. It was a different one. And the garden was proof of what different lives could produce when they were inhabited with intention. Chapter 29, The Tide in Practice. The first time they used the tide outside the basement training sessions, it was not planned. The situation arose on a Wednesday afternoon in late March, when a structural failure in a partially rebuilt district 3 kilometers from the house produced a collapse scenario that exceeded the immediate response capacity of the hero teams on site. Izuku was already en route when the call came through, which was standard, and the household was monitoring as they always monitored his active deployments, which had become standard since the distributed mechanism had given them the capacity to provide meaningful support even from a distance. The collapse was a 12-story building in mid-reconstruction. The cause was a combination of material failure and the quirk discharge of a villain who had been apprehended elsewhere in the district but whose discharge had propagated through the construction infrastructure in ways that were not immediately apparent. The result was 17 people trapped at multiple structural levels, the building still settling, and 3 hero teams working against a timeline that was narrowing. At the site, Izuku assessed the situation in the compressed and total way he had developed over years of crisis response. The immediate problem was not raw power. He had sufficient raw power to remove the structural obstacles. The problem was precision, the extraction of 17 people from a building that was still moving, without accelerating the movement in ways that would worsen the situation before it could be improved. He needed the tide. He reached for the household the way he reached for things in the vestige space, through the connection that the distributed training had established, through the quality of sustained shared focus that he and the household had developed into something reliable. He felt them respond, the distinctive quality of each one's engagement, Nana's structural coherence arriving first, then Ryukyu's strategic integration, then the others in their characteristic sequences. The tide assembled. He moved through the collapsed structure with a precision he had not previously been able to achieve in field conditions. The distributed support was not adding raw power, it was sharpening application, the difference between a broad light and a focused one. He could perceive the state of the structure and the state of the people within it and the dynamic interaction between these two things with an accuracy that changed the quality of every decision he made in the next 47 minutes. 17 people. 17 extractions. No additional structural casualties. He walked out of the settled building into the late afternoon light, and the hero teams on site were looking at him with the particular expression of people who had just watched something that exceeded their reference category. He felt the tide release, the household's focus disengaging with the natural ease of a held breath being released. Later that evening, after the debrief and the paperwork and the return to the house in the Western District, the household sat together in the living room with the quality of people who have just discovered a real thing about what they are capable of. The precision was different, Ryukyu said. She had the analytical tone she used when she was processing something significant. I could feel it even at this distance. The quality of the operation. The structural reading was different, Haines said, from her chair. I could perceive the building through you, Izuku. Through the connection. Not with detail, but with the essential pattern. Which told me things that changed what I offered to the tide. It worked, Misa said. She said it the way she said significant things, without decoration. It worked, Izuku agreed. He was tired in the specific way of sustained precision work. A bone-deep tiredness that was different from the depletion after a resurrection and different from physical fatigue. He was also, he recognized, something else. Something that had not been part of his post-deployment emotional landscape in his previous solo operations. He was not alone in it. 17 people, Yoichi said quietly. He was sitting in the chair by the window, in the light of the lamp, with the expression he wore when he was registering something against the long historical context he carried. In my era, a collapse like that would have cost lives. Certainly. In my era too, Nana said. The precision changes what is possible, Kazuki said. Yes, Izuku said. He looked around the room. And we are just learning what precision is possible. We barely know the ceiling of this yet. Then we keep training, Namiri said. She said it with the warm certainty of someone who has decided something and does not need to revisit the decision. And we keep deploying, carefully, when the situation calls for it. And we learn what we are by doing what we are. The house settled around them in the comfortable way of an evening that has earned its rest. The tiredness was real and the work had been real and the 17 people who were in their homes tonight rather than in rubble were real, and all of it together had the quality of something that was beginning to understand its own nature. In the garden, the early spring plantings continued their patient work in the dark, small and certain and growing. Chapter 30, What Ryukyu Knows About Loss. She had been 26 when she had lost her first team member. This was not the kind of thing that appeared in her official biography, which covered the arc of her career in the terms of public achievement, agency founding, ranking history, the documented operations that were part of the public record. The biography was accurate and comprehensive and did not capture the texture of the experience at all. The texture of the experience was what she carried. His name had been Kenta. He had been 22 and had been with the Ryukyu agency for 8 months and had had the quality that the best young heroes had, not the flashy variety of capability that attracted public attention, but the quiet reliable variety that the actual work of heroism required, the willingness to be present in a difficult situation without the situation being about them. He had died in a rescue operation that had gone wrong in the specific way that operations go wrong when the environment is not what the assessment suggested, suddenly and without adequate warning and with a speed that did not allow for the kind of response that would have changed the outcome. She had carried that for 11 years. The particular quality of the carrying that Gran Torino had described and that she recognized, not setting it down because it was not the kind of thing that could be set down, but learning to carry it well, learning to carry it in a way that did not make the carrying the primary fact about her. She thought about Kenta in April, for no particular external reason, in the way that grief resurfaces in the absence of obvious triggers, simply because it is part of you and occasionally it requires your attention. She was in her room at the house. It was late, past midnight, and the house was quiet. She was sitting in the chair by the window that she had positioned, when she moved her things in, to face the garden because the garden was something she found restorative in a way she had not expected. She heard a knock. "Come in," she said. Izuku opened the door. He was in training clothes, which meant he had been awake, and he had the quality of presence that he had when he was following an intuition rather than a plan. "I saw the light," he said. "I was not sleeping." "I know." He stayed in the doorway. "Is it all right if I come in?" She gestured at the edge of the bed, which was the available seating. He came in and sat, with the quality of someone prepared to simply be present without requiring the presence to be about anything. She told him about Kenta. Not because he had asked, but because the fact of having someone present at midnight who was not going to require her to manage the conversation made telling it the natural thing to do. She told it in the way she held it, without drama and without the kind of tidying that people sometimes do to grief to make it more receivable. She told the actual shape of it, the suddenness and the specific failure of the assessment and the way the 47 seconds between the moment she understood what was happening and the moment it was complete had arranged themselves in her memory with a precision that 11 years had not blurred. He listened. He did what he did with grief, which was to receive it without trying to do anything to it, to allow it to be fully present in the room without moving to resolve or reframe or comfort in ways that would have changed its shape. When she was done, the room was quiet. "I think about the people we could not save," he said eventually. "More than most people know. The operations that did not go perfectly. The gap between what was possible in a given situation and what actually happened. How do you hold it?" She asked. "Carefully," he said. "And not alone. That is the new part. Before the household, I held it alone, which was the only option available. Now I hold it here." He gestured at the house, at the space around them. "Not as a burden I am placing on others. As a weight being distributed. Which is different." She looked at him for a moment. The window behind her showed the garden in the ambient light of the city night, the shapes of the plantings just visible. "Kenta would have been 33, she said. He would have had a significant career." "Yes," Izuku said. "I do not think there is a version of the mechanism," she said carefully, "that could reach him. He was not part of one for all. The impression I have of him is real, but it is not the kind of structured complete model that the theory requires." She paused. "I have thought about it. I want to be honest that I have thought about it." "I have thought about it too," Izuku said quietly. "The limits of the mechanism. The people it cannot reach. I want to understand those limits fully, and not only because the understanding helps with what it can do. Because the people it cannot reach deserve to be thought about with honesty rather than optimism." She was quiet for a long time. The garden outside was still and dark. "Thank you," she said finally. "For coming in when you saw the light. And for not trying to make it smaller." "It is not small," he said simply. "No," she agreed. "It is not." He stayed a while longer, in the chair she moved for him from the desk, and they sat together in the April night and the loss was not resolved because loss does not resolve, but it was company, and company of the right quality changes the nature of what you are carrying even when it cannot change the weight of it. Chapter 31, The Notebooks Exchanged. He gave her the notebooks on a Sunday morning in mid-April when the cherry blossoms were at their peak and the tree in the garden's far corner, which had been bare through the months of the household's establishment, had produced something extraordinary overnight in the way of cherry trees, all at once and complete, as if it had been waiting for the right conditions and had found them. There were 4 of them. The one specifically about her. He had others, the comprehensive documentation of his thinking about One for All, about hero society, about the distributed mechanism, about the household's development, but he had separated these 4 because they were different in kind from the analytical record. They were the other kind of notes, the ones taken not to preserve information but to pay attention to a person. He put them on the kitchen table when she came down in the morning and did not say anything, which was how she had put her own notebooks on the table months ago, and she looked at them for a moment and then sat down and began reading. He made tea. He sat at the other end of the table with his own tea and his current reading and let her have the experience of the notebooks without managing her reaction to them. She read for a long time. The house woke around them, the sounds of the others beginning their mornings, and Izuku responded to the various greetings and small interactions that a household morning produces without letting them disturb the quality of attention he was holding for the corner of the table where Nana was reading. Namiri came in at some point, looked at the table, understood the situation with the speed of someone who had been paying close attention to both of the people at the table for months, and produced breakfast for the household with a tact that involved no commentary and no pointed looks, which was a form of social grace that Izuku appreciated significantly. When Nana finished the last notebook, she closed it and looked at the cover for a moment. Then she looked at him. Her expression was the most complex he had seen on her face, which was substantial, because her face had a wide range. It was not vulnerable exactly, she was too fundamentally composed for vulnerability in the exposed sense. It was something more like moved. The expression of someone who has been seen very clearly by another person and is holding the specific feeling of that. You have been taking notes since the first night in the vestige space, she said. Yes. Before you knew what this would be. Before either of us knew. She looked at the notebooks. The entry from the 3rd week. When you write about the way I explain the structure of the power, that I think in systems. She paused. You write that it is the first time you have encountered someone who thinks the way you do about it and that it feels like, and I am quoting now, like finding the word for something I have been describing in other words for years. Yes, he said. That is, she said, and then was quiet for a moment, organizing what she wanted to say with the precision she brought to significant statements, the most accurate description of what it has been like. On my side. From the beginning. He looked at her across the table in the morning kitchen of the house they shared with 8 other people, with the cherry tree visible through the window in its brief and absolute April perfection. I would like to give you my notebooks, she said. The letters. What I was writing through the winter. You said someday, he said. This is someday, she said. She got up and went to her room and came back with the 3 notebooks and set them on the table in front of him. He looked at them for a moment before picking up the first one. He was aware, in the way that he was aware of significant things, that this exchange had the quality of something reciprocal and permanent. Not a transaction. A mutual disclosure. The kind that changes the nature of a relationship not because it introduces new facts but because it demonstrates a quality of trust that has no hedge in it. He began reading. The house continued its mourning around them. The cherry tree outside held its bloom with the temporary completeness of something that knows it will not last and is not diminished by that knowledge. Namiri passed through the kitchen with 2 plates of food and set one in front of each of them without a word and disappeared again. Yoichi could be heard in the garden, talking to one of the plants in the informative way he had developed with them. The morning was Sunday and it was April and the blossoms were at their peak and the kitchen was warm. He read. In the letters she had written before she knew what this would become, he found the voice she used when she was not performing composure, the voice that was as precise as her public voice but warmer, more willing to name things directly, less armored against the possibility that the naming would cost something. He found the letters addressed to him. The early ones, when he was still the bearer in the abstract sense, the successor she was responsible for without knowing. He read what she had written about the quality of his mind and the quality of his heart and the particular way those 2 things operated together without the usual gap between them. He read what she had written as the abstract became specific, as the bearer became a person, as the person became someone she was paying the particular quality of attention to that she had recognized in his notebooks as the kind that meant something. He read what she had written about the winter garden and the moment she had reached for his hand across the kitchen table and what she had felt in the moment he had turned his hand over and held hers. He finished the last notebook and closed it and looked up. She was watching him. She had finished her tea and the plate that Namuri had left was empty and she was simply watching him with the silver eyes and the expression that was now fully legible to him, that he could now read without effort or uncertainty. The entry from the 3rd week, he said. The one where you write about the loneliness. Yes. It is the loneliness I recognized in myself, he said. Before this. The specific kind. I know, she said. I could see it in you from very early. I did not know what to do with seeing it when I was still a vestige. And then when I was not, she paused, I understood that what to do with it was to not let it continue. It has not continued, he said. Since this. The morning light moved through the kitchen window and across the table between them and the notebooks were stacked at each of their elbows and the cherry tree outside was still in its bloom and everything that needed to be said had now been said and everything that had been said had now been heard. He reached across the table. She put her hand in his. In the garden, Yoichi said something to the cherry tree that could not be heard through the glass but that had the tone of appreciation. Chapter 32, Commission Disclosure, Phase 1. They chose Deputy Director Arima Setsuko. This was Ryukyu's recommendation, made in the household session where they finalized the Phase 1 disclosure list, and the reasoning behind it was thorough enough that the recommendation became consensus without requiring extensive debate. Arima was the commission official with the most genuine institutional authority in the areas the disclosure would affect, and she was also the commission official Izuku's interactions with had most consistently revealed as someone capable of receiving significant new information and processing it with the quality of judgment rather than the quality of institutional reflex. She was not warm in the way that some officials were warm, performing accessibility to manage the people they oversaw. She was direct in the way of someone who had decided that directness was more respectful than warmth deployed as a management tool. Izuku called her on a Tuesday morning and asked for a private meeting at a location outside the commission building. She agreed without asking why. This was consistent with his assessment of her. They met at a small meeting room in a building that Ryukyu's agency used for confidential client consultations, neutral ground, not a commission space. Izuku arrived first. Arima arrived precisely at the appointed time, which was also consistent. She looked at the room and then at him and said, "This is significant." "Yes," he said. "I am going to ask you to let me deliver it completely before you respond, because the parts of it build on each other in ways that matter." She sat down. "Then deliver it." He did. This version of the delivery was the most refined he had given, shaped by everything the previous disclosures had taught him about how to communicate this particular set of extraordinary facts in a way that allowed their truth to become available before the instinct to classify or categorize or manage them took over. He gave her the development of one for all first. The full account of where the power currently sat, what it was capable of that it had not been capable of in previous bearers, why the difference in degree had produced a difference in kind. He gave her the vestige space and its nature. He gave her the resurrections, sequentially, with the specific technical detail that he had found made the mechanism legible rather than merely miraculous. He gave her the household, its composition and its purpose and its 7 months of development. He gave her the commission's interest in all of this, which he articulated himself before she could articulate it, because he had learned that naming the institutional stakes directly reduced the likelihood that the institutional response would be purely reflexive. He told her what the commission had legitimate oversight interest in. He told her what it did not. He did it with the clarity of someone who had done the legal analysis carefully and the ethical analysis even more carefully. When he finished, Arima Setsuko was quiet for a measured interval. Then she said, "How many people know about this currently?" "The household, which is 9 people including Ryukyu. Gran Torino. You. 11 people. 12 including myself." She processed this. "You are telling me," she said, "because you intend to begin the institutional disclosure process and you want the commission to have an internal ally who has received the full picture before the formal conversation begins." "Yes. Because you understand that how the commission receives this will depend significantly on whether the person who shapes the initial institutional framing has the full picture or only the parts that would reach them through official channels." "Yes." She was quiet again. He waited. "The resurrections," she said. "Nana Shimura. Kayama Namuri. The bearing predecessors." A pause. Are they functioning? In the full sense? In every relevant sense, yes. Including hero capacity? Including hero capacity, though that is not how they are currently operating or how we intend to present them to the Commission. The household is not a hero team. It is a household. A household with extraordinary capability. Yes. Arima looked at the table for a moment. When she looked up, her expression had the quality he associated with someone who had reached a decision after running through the relevant considerations rather than before. I need 48 hours, she said. To review the legal dimension of what you have described and to understand my own position within the Commission before I can tell you how I will respond institutionally. That is entirely reasonable, he said. I will also need to meet them, she said. Not as part of an official assessment. As part of forming an adequate understanding of what I am being asked to support. I anticipated that, he said. The household is prepared to receive you. Something shifted in Arima's expression. Not dramatically. But something. You have thought this through very carefully, she said. I have had months, he said. And 9 people helping me think. That, she said, with a quality that was not quite warmth but was its nearest administrative equivalent, is precisely the problem I have always had with the way this work is structured. The people with the most to carry doing it without adequate support. She stood. I will be in contact in 48 hours. Thank you, he said. She paused at the door. Midoriya. The 17 people from the March collapse. Yes, he said. I reviewed that operation in detail. The precision of it was outside what my models had predicted as the current ceiling. Yes, he said. Now I understand why, she said. And left. He sat in the meeting room for a few minutes after her departure, organizing the conversation and its implications in the way he organized significant information, systematically and with full attention to what it actually meant rather than what he hoped it meant. It meant, he thought, that Phase 1 was proceeding correctly. He went home to tell the household. Chapter 33, The Weight of Yoichi's Years. He did not sleep the first 3 nights. This was something he told no one in the household. Not because he was hiding it, concealment for its own sake was not how he operated, but because the sleeplessness was not a problem to be solved. It was a process to be gone through, and he was going through it, and it did not require intervention. What kept him awake was the adjustment between what he had been and what he was now. He had been, for a very long time, a pattern. A compressed essential intention preserved in the architecture of the power. This was different from sleep and different from death and different from any state he had vocabulary for from his original life. It was a form of existence that had its own quality, its own relationship to time and awareness and the sense of self, and it had been his condition for so long that it had become his normal. Normal was gone. Normal was now this, the physical world and a body and a household of people and a spring that was producing cherries and warmth and the particular texture of morning light on a garden that had been tended by people who cared about it. He spent the sleepless night sitting in the living room with a lamp on, thinking. He had built one for all. He had built it with Yoichi, his brother in a different world, the villain's brother who had chosen to become the first act of resistance against a power that had seemed absolute. He had built it knowing it would pass beyond him, knowing he would not see where it ended. He had built it anyway, which was the kind of action that required a specific quality of faith, not religious faith but the faith that good intentions maintained over time produce good results even when you cannot see the results. He could see the results now. This was what kept him awake in the best sense of what sleeplessness can be, not anxiety but the inability to stop being astonished. He had built a thing that had traveled through 8 people and several generations and had ended up here, in this house, in this young man, producing an outcome that exceeded everything he had hoped for by so large a margin that the hope felt retrospectively modest. On the 4th night, Izuku appeared in the living room doorway. You have not been sleeping, Izuku said. He said it without accusation, the way Haynes said true things about the state of living systems. No, Yoichi agreed. Izuku came in and sat in the chair across from him with the ease of someone who was not perturbed by the situation. Do you want company or would you prefer I go back to bed? Company, Yoichi said. They sat together in the lamplit living room, the house quiet around them, the garden dark outside the window. You built this, Izuku said eventually. He said it with the quality of someone naming something they were grateful for. I built the beginning of it, Yoichi said. You built the rest. Considerably more than the rest. I built what your beginning made possible. That is how it is supposed to work, Yoichi said. Each generation builds what the previous one made possible and then exceeds it in ways the previous one could not predict. The exceeding is the whole point. He paused. I could not have predicted this. Any of it. The distributed mechanism, the household, what you are doing with what I built. He looked at Izuku steadily. I am glad I could not predict it. Prediction would have made it a plan. What this is better than a plan. What is it? It is a life, Yoichi said. An actual life, with people in it who matter specifically to each other, built on a foundation of extraordinary capability but not reducible to that capability. That was not something I knew how to imagine when I was designing the power. I was thinking about strength. I was not thinking about homes. Izuku was quiet for a moment. I was not thinking about homes either, he said. I was thinking about burden distribution. Strategic management of an unprecedented capability. He looked at his hands. And then it became this, and this is better than anything I was thinking toward. Yes, Yoichi said. The lamplight in the living room was warm and steady and the house was quiet with the quality of many people sleeping and the garden outside was dark and the cherry tree was past its bloom now, the blossoms gone, the leaves coming in their place, green and certain and less spectacular and more permanent. Sleep, Izuku said eventually, gently. You have the rest of your life to process this. You do not have to do it in 1 week of nights. I know, Yoichi said. I will sleep tonight. I needed the nights to understand something. Did you understand it? Yoichi looked at the room, at the quality of the space that the household had made, at the young man who had brought him back to it. Yes, he said. I understood that what I built was worth building. Which is, he paused, a thing a person can spend their entire life not knowing about the work they did. I will not spend mine not knowing. He went to bed. He slept. Chapter 34, Arima Setsuko visits the house. She arrived on a Saturday in the middle of May, in a car that was appropriately unremarkable, with the manner of someone who had decided on a mode of engagement before arriving and was committed to it. The mode was genuine. Izuku recognized this immediately, and the recognition settled something in him that had been carefully calibrated for this meeting. Arima Setsuko had arrived not as a commission representative conducting an assessment but as a person who had been told an extraordinary thing and wanted to understand it with her own senses rather than through institutional proxy. He met her at the door. Nana was in the living room, and the first moment when the two of them occupied the same space had a quality that Izuku had anticipated and that was still, in the event, striking. Arima looked at Nana with the expression of someone confronting a thing they have accepted intellectually but not yet processed experientially, and Nana received the look with the complete equanimity of someone who had been through this version of being looked at enough times now that she knew how to hold space for the other person's adjustment. Deputy Director, Nana said. She offered her hand. Arima shook it. Shimura-san. She said it steadily. I understand, Nana said, that this requires adjustment. Most significant things do, Arima said. I have been adjusting since Tuesday. I am considerably further along than I was. The household arranged itself for the visit with the natural ease that came from 7 months of practice at collective management of significant situations. Ryukyu was present, which served the dual purpose of providing a familiar institutional contact for Arima and demonstrating the integration of the household with existing professional structures. The others were present and available but distributed through the house in a way that did not produce the effect of a formal reception line. Arima moved through the meeting with the focused efficiency of someone extracting specific information they need. She spoke at length with Nana and with Ryukyu. She spoke with Namuri, who met her directness with the equal directness that was Namuri's characteristic and which Arima, Izuku observed, received with the appreciation of someone who did not have patience for managed conversations. She spoke with Yoichi, and this was the conversation that took the longest, perhaps because Yoichi could give her something none of the others could, the complete historical perspective, the arc from the beginning of what One for All had been designed to become to what it had actually become. After lunch, which the household produced with the practiced collaboration of people who had been cooking for each other for months, Arima sat in the living room with Izuku in the conversation that both of them had been building toward. The Commission's formal position, she said, will be shaped by how it frames what has occurred. I have 48 hours of work into understanding the framing options and their implications. And the framing that serves everyone's interests most accurately is the one that does not attempt to incorporate this household into the Commission's oversight structure, she said. Not because the Commission would not want to, it would. But because the attempt would fail and the failure would be damaging to the Commission's institutional credibility in ways that are not in anyone's interest. He looked at her. You are recommending against the Commission attempting to assert oversight. I am recommending that the Commission define its oversight interest precisely rather than broadly, she said. The Commission has legitimate oversight interest in the hero work this household does in the public sphere. It does not have legitimate oversight interest in the household itself, the mechanism that produced it, or the personal relationships within it. If the Commission attempts to assert the latter, it will find that it lacks both the legal basis and the practical leverage to do so, and it will have created an adversarial relationship with the most capable hero in the current landscape for no actual benefit. That, Izuku said carefully, is a more sophisticated position than I expected the Commission to reach. The Commission has not reached it yet, she said. I am the one who has reached it. The Commission will reach it through a process that I intend to manage carefully. She paused. Which requires you to give me what I need to manage it. Which is transparency about the hero work. Complete and ongoing. The Commission needs to be able to demonstrate to its oversight bodies that it has adequate visibility into how this household operates in the professional sphere. If you give them that, I can give them a reason not to push for the rest. We have always intended to be transparent about the hero work, he said. That has never been the question. Then we have the basis for an arrangement, she said. He looked at her for a long moment with the quality of assessment he brought to significant alignments. Why are you doing this? He asked. Not institutionally. Personally. You could have come here and made a different set of recommendations and the Commission would have been satisfied and your position would have been unaffected. Arima was quiet for a moment. Because it is right, she said. Simply. What you have built here is right. The way it holds the weight of what you carry, the way it distributes it across people who genuinely understand it. That is what should have been available to every bearer of this power. The fact that it was not was a failure of the systems around them. She paused. I work for one of those systems. The least I can do is ensure that the system does not repeat its failure now that a correction has been made. The living room held the quality of a significant agreement being made, which is different from the quality of a document being signed. More personal. More real. Thank you, Izuku said. Do not thank me yet, she said. The Commission conversation is still ahead of us and it will not be simple. It rarely is, he said. No, she agreed. She looked at the room with the gaze of someone completing an assessment. But the foundation here is solid. That makes a considerable difference. Chapter 35, What Namiri Built in the Dark. The anonymous pieces had been running for 6 weeks when the first significant response appeared. It came in the form of an editorial in one of the major hero journalism publications, a response to her most recent analysis, which had addressed the structural gap in hero mentorship that Hain had identified in the household's internal discussions and that Namiri had translated into a public-facing argument with the rhetorical skill of someone who had spent a career teaching. The editorial was positive. More than positive. It described the anonymous analysis as the most significant contribution to the ongoing conversation about hero society's structural failures since the Post-War Reform Commission's final report, and it called for the writer to identify themselves and contribute to the formal policy discussion. She showed it to the household at dinner. You should respond, Kazuki said. He rarely offered opinions on matters outside his immediate practical expertise, which made the ones he offered carry weight. The response would require identity disclosure, she said. Which is ahead of schedule. Or it requires a pen name, Yoichi said. Which is a tool with significant historical precedent for exactly this kind of situation. She looked at him. In my era, Yoichi said, with the mild tone of someone making a historical point, several of the most significant contributors to the development of hero practice published under assumed names because their circumstances did not allow public attribution. The names were later associated with the actual people. The work stood on its own until that time. The work standing on its own, Nana said, is the point. Namuri thought about this in the way she thought about things that mattered, thoroughly and from multiple angles. The pen name she chose was a simple construction, a combination of elements that were meaningful to her without being traceable, and under it she responded to the editorial. The response initiated a correspondence within the publication's letters section that ran for 3 weeks and covered the structural mentorship gap, the integration of historical hero practice into current training, and the specific question of how veteran heroes could contribute institutional knowledge to active practitioners without the knowledge being lost to the generational transition. She was writing things she had been thinking about for her entire career and had not had the specific circumstances to write before. The circumstances being, restored to the world, living in a household that was building the proof of her arguments from the ground up, freed from the daily administrative demands of her previous professional role. She also, in this period, began writing something longer. It was not an analysis piece. It was not policy argument. It was the thing that came before policy argument, the examination of the actual lived experience of being a hero over the course of a career, the things that were not in the training and not in the public record and not in the official history but that were in the bodies and memories of people who had done the work. She told Izuku about it on an evening when they were doing the dishes together, which had become one of the conversational spaces they used, the ordinary physical activity that created the conditions for the conversations that were harder to have across a table. A memoir, he said. Of a kind, she said. Not in the conventional sense. More like a document of what heroism actually cost in the era I practiced it. What it required. What it gave back. What was lost that should not have been lost. Including the teaching, he said. Including the teaching. Including every student I looked at and thought, this one will be extraordinary, and then learned what extraordinary costs when the world does not have the right structures to hold it. She paused. Including you. You are in it. He was quiet for a moment, handing her a rinsed plate. What do you write about me? The truth, she said. Which is that you were the clearest argument I have ever encountered for the position that the system was structured incorrectly. A child with no quirk who understood heroism more completely than half the qualified heroes I knew, who found his way to the most significant capability in the world through an accident of timing and a choice made by a tired old man on a beach, who then carried everything alone for years because the structures around him were not built to support what he was. She stacked the plate in the drying rack. And who then built his own structures? Which is the most hopeful part of the argument? He looked at her. I did not build them alone, he said. No, she agreed. You built them with us. Which is the point of the memoir. That the correction required the people who had been lost to come back and make it. She paused. There is something important about that. About the fact that the system could not have corrected itself from within. It required something outside the category of what the system considered possible. A miracle, he said. More than one, she said, and looked at him with the warm intelligence that was the combination he had always associated with her, the thing that had made her one of the teachers who stayed. Publish it, he said. When it is ready. Whatever form the disclosure is in by then, publish it. People need to read it. She was quiet for a moment, holding a cup in both hands. I wanted your permission, she said. Because you are in it. You do not need my permission, he said. You have my blessing, which is different and more. She looked at him for a long moment with the expression she had when she was going to say something honest and direct and had decided to say it exactly as it was. You are the best student I ever had, she said. By a significant margin. And not because of the power. Because of this. The way you receive the people around you. He received this too, in the way she was describing, without deflecting and without diminishing it. Thank you, he said. They finished the dishes and the evening continued and the memoir sat in the document on her tablet in the room upstairs, growing toward its complete form, telling the truth about what heroism had cost and what it had given back and what it was becoming in the house in the Western District where the right structures were finally being built. Chapter 36, The Commission Formal Disclosure. The commission meeting was on a Thursday in the first week of June. Ryukyu had spent 3 weeks preparing for it with Arima Setsuko, the two of them working through the presentation strategy with the combined rigor of a decorated veteran hero and a commissioned deputy director who had separately and together concluded that the best approach to an unprecedented situation was radical clarity delivered within a framework that the institutional recipients could process. Izuku had prepared for it with the household, in sessions that ranged from the straightforwardly practical, working through the specific legal analysis, to the more personal, discussing what it would feel like to have the full institutional apparatus of hero society become aware of what they had built. It will change things, Nana said, in one of these sessions. Not the household. What the household is will not change because the commission knows about it. But the conditions around it will. The external relationship between what we are and the structures of the world we operate in will become different. More visible, Misa said. More accountable, Ryukyu added. In the ways that accountability is appropriate, which is the hero work dimension. And more protected, paradoxically. The current state of concealment is not protection. It is vulnerability. Once the commission knows and has agreed to the framework, we are no longer vulnerable to the consequences of the disclosure happening without our management. The disclosure is not the threat, Kazuki said. He had a gift for reducing complex situations to their essential structure. The uncontrolled disclosure is. Yes, Izuku said. Which is why we are doing it this way. He arrived at the commission building on the Thursday with Ryukyu. This was itself a statement, arriving with Ryukyu, presenting the disclosure as something that was not merely his communication but the household's, represented by one of its members who was already fully integrated into the commission's professional world. The room was the same one where the quarterly reviews happened, the long table and the good lighting and the chairs that were comfortable but not comfortable enough to encourage anything other than alertness. There were 8 people at the table including Arima, who was positioned in the arrangement they had discussed, placed to receive and validate the disclosure from within the institutional framework rather than alongside it. He told it. He had given this account enough times now that it had the quality of something he could deliver with full engagement without the delivery itself being an act of courage. The account was complete and well organized and he watched the room as he gave it with the attentiveness that a decade of crisis response had developed into an instinct, reading the group's reception in real time and adjusting the pacing to allow the most significant elements to land with the weight they deserved. The questions were extensive and probing and he answered every one of them with the same completeness he had brought to the delivery. Ryukyu handled the questions that were specifically about the professional dimension with the precision that made her the right person to have beside him. Arima managed the institutional process of the meeting with the authority of her position and the strategic orientation she had brought to her own preparation. The meeting lasted 4 hours. At the end of it, the commission chairman, a man named Fujiwara who had been in the role for 6 years and who had the bearing of someone who had survived the post-war period by being consistently more capable than the situation required, looked at Izuku across the table. I want to be direct about this, Fujiwara said. The commission has significant concerns about a capability of this scope operating outside the commission's oversight structure. Those concerns are legitimate and I will not pretend otherwise. I understand, Izuku said. I also want to be direct about the other dimension of this. Fujiwara paused. What you have built represents something that the commission has failed to provide to its top heroes for decades. Adequate support. The actual structural holding of what is required of the people at the highest level of this work. The commission's failure in this dimension is part of the reason you went outside it. The room was quiet. Yes, Izuku said simply. The framework that Deputy Director Arima has proposed, Fujiwara said, is the Commission's best option for a relationship with your household that does not attempt to incorporate it into a structure it does not belong in and does not attempt to ignore a reality it cannot ignore. The Commission will proceed on the basis of that framework, with the understanding that the professional dimension is the Commission's proper concern and the household itself is not. Agreed, Izuku said. The resurrection mechanism, Fujiwara said, and here the room's attention became very focused, is the element that the Commission's legal team will need the most time to process. We have no framework for it. We are going to need to build one. I anticipated that, Izuku said. I am willing to work with the legal team on the framework. The mechanism is not something I intend to operate secretly or without accountability in the professional dimension. What I want to protect is the personal dimension of its application, which is the household and the people in it and the relationships between us. The personal dimension, Arima said, from her position at the table, with a quality that confirmed the outcome of the position she had been advocating for weeks, is not the Commission's concern. No one around the table argued this. He and Ryukyu left the Commission building at 7 in the evening and drove back to the house in the Western District in a quiet that was not the quiet of something unresolved but the quiet of something completed. Phase 2, Ryukyu said, as they turned into the Western District. Phase 2, he agreed. The house was lit from within when they arrived, all its windows warm against the early summer evening, and through the kitchen window the shapes of the household were visible, and when they came through the door the question on 8 faces was answered by the quality of Ryukyu's expression before either of them said a word. Namiri opened a bottle of something that she had been keeping for this occasion and 9 people sat in the dining room of the house in the Western District and the summer night outside was warm and the cherry tree in the garden was in full summer leaf and everything that had needed to be done in the institutional dimension had been done. Phase 3 was ahead of them. The public dimension, gradual and ongoing and shaped by what had been built in the phases before it. But tonight was for the acknowledgement of what had been accomplished, and they sat together and let the acknowledgement be full. Chapter 37, Summer and the Flood. June brought heat and then rain and then both simultaneously in the particular way of the rainy season that arrived in Muzutafu each year with the inevitability of something that had been doing this for longer than the city had been a city. It also brought an operation that tested the tide in conditions that the basement training sessions had not been designed to simulate. The flooding in the southern district came faster than the meteorological projections had suggested, a combination of the rain volume and the secondary effects of construction that had altered the drainage patterns of a section of the city that the hydrological models had not adequately updated for. By the time the scale of the situation became clear, there were 12 residential areas with compromised evacuation routes and a central shelter that had become an island. Izuku was on site within 9 minutes of the first emergency classification. The hero teams already deployed were doing the right things and doing them well, but the scope of the situation exceeded what they could manage without either taking unacceptable risks with individual operations or leaving some areas without response during the time it took to sequence through them. He reached for the tide. The household assembled it from the house in the Western District with the speed that months of daily training had produced. Not just the instantaneous response this time, not the single operation support of the March collapse, but the sustained distributed deployment that they had been working toward in the sessions that had become more complex through the spring. It was different from the previous deployments in the way that something is different when it is working at its actual design capacity rather than a fraction of it. Through the connection of the tide, Izuku perceived the flooded district with a comprehensiveness that changed the quality of every decision. Haynes' reading of the living systems told him where people were, not through any single informational source but through the accumulated sense of the pattern of the system. Nana's structural coherence held the operational framework stable as the situation developed and new information required constant adjustment. Ryukyu's strategic integration managed the coordination between Izuku's direct action and the hero teams working throughout the district. Namiri's emotional fidelity told him, continuously, the human dimension of what he was doing, the reality of the people in the flooded houses and the shelter and the compromised streets, the quality of their fear and their endurance and what they needed from the operation beyond the purely technical. He worked for 6 hours. At the end of it, all 12 residential areas were evacuated. The central shelter's population had been moved to higher ground. The hero teams had operated throughout with a coordination and precision that several of them would later describe in debrief as qualitatively different from previous large-scale operations, without being able to fully articulate why. He walked out of the southern district in the rain, soaked and tired and present, and felt the tide release with the natural ease that had developed over months of practice. He sat on the steps of a commercial building that was above the flood line and put his head back against the door and closed his eyes. The rain was warm. This was one of the qualities of June rain in Muzutafu, the warmth of it, the way it fell at a temperature that was close enough to the skin that it felt less like water and more like something that was asking permission. His phone chimed. He looked at it. Nana, the household is intact. Rest before you drive back. He looked at the message for a moment. Then he typed, 6 hours. Everyone is out. Nana, I know. I was there. He put the phone in his pocket and sat in the warm rain and let the 6 hours settle into him the way significant experiences settle, not immediately and not linearly, but with the particular slow quality of things that need time to become what they are going to be in memory. 17 in March. 12 areas in June. The numbers were not the point. The point was the quality of the work, the completeness of it, what it felt like to operate at the actual capacity of what the household had built rather than the reduced capacity that the solo version of the work had always required. He thought about all the years before the household. The solo version of the work and its particular loneliness and the weight of the decisions made at the full ceiling of one person's endurance. He thought about what it was now. He got up and found his car and drove home through the warm rain, and the house in the Western District was lit when he arrived, and all 9 of them were there, and dinner was being kept warm, and the household met him with the specific quality of welcome that does not require performance because it is genuine. He sat down at the table and ate the dinner that Yoichi had made and felt the 6 hours resolve, in the company of the people who had been in them with him, into something that was simply what the work was now. Good. Sufficient. Shared. Chapter 38, The Letters She Did Send. Namiri waited until July. She wanted to do it in person and she wanted the disclosure situation to be stable enough that the conversation could be about the relationship rather than primarily about the mechanics of what had happened. By July, both conditions were met. The commission framework was in place. The household's external relationships were defined. The situation had achieved the stability that she had needed. She chose 3 of them. The 3 former students whose faces she came back to most consistently in the nights when she thought about the people she had not been able to stay for. She wrote to each of them. Not through the publications, not anonymously. Letters, actual letters, sent through channels that made the return address legitimate, under the name that Izuku had helped establish as the administratively recognized version of who she now was in the world's records. The letters were specific. Each one addressed the particular person, their specific character as she remembered it, the things she had seen in them in her classroom that she had not had the chance to say before she was taken. They told the truth about who she was and what had happened, in the terms that the commission framework now provided, which was the language of the extraordinary understood as real rather than the language of the impossible understood as fiction. They told the students that she was sorry for not being there. Not in the apologetic way of someone who had chosen to leave, but in the honest way of someone who had been taken and who understood what the absence had cost. She told them she was back. The responses came over 2 weeks, which was how long it took for the reality of the letters to become something the recipients could respond to from a functional rather than a purely overwhelmed position. All 3 of them said yes. Yes, they wanted to meet. Yes, they wanted to know her again. Yes, they had questions and yes, they had things to say and yes, the years had been what they had been and yes, they were glad. She showed the responses to the household at dinner. The household responded with the quality of reaction that a group of people produces when something good happens to one of their members and the goodness is recognized without needing to be made into a performance. Warm and direct and present. Izuku looked at her across the table with the specific expression she associated with him seeing something that confirmed a thing he had hoped for. You are going to see them, he said. Yes, she said. Next week. The first one next week. How are you? He asked. She thought about how she actually was, with the honesty she had been practicing increasingly since her return. Nervous, she said. Which I did not expect. I was not particularly nervous as a teacher. I had confidence in what I offered. But the confidence I had then was based on a role. A structure. I was the pro-hero midnight, I was the faculty member, I was the professional context. She paused. Now I am just a person who knew these people when they were young and who has been away for years and who wants to be in their lives again. That is a different basis for confidence. I am learning what it feels like. It feels uncertain, Nana said. The good kind of uncertain. The kind that comes from caring enough about the outcome that the outcome cannot be treated as certain in advance. Yes, Namiri said. That exactly. Hain passed her a plate of the additional food she had made in the quiet way she made things appear when the household's emotional state suggested something was needed. Namiri took it and looked around the table at the people who had become the specific gravity of her current life, the weight that kept her in her right orbit, and felt something that she recognized as the particular fullness of a life that has found its proportions. She would see her student next week. She would tell the truth and receive whatever was true in return, and she would not know in advance how it would feel, and that was entirely correct. "Thank you," she said. To the household, to the table, to the summer evening and the warm kitchen and the garden outside where the plantings were at their full summer height. "You do not have to thank us," Ryukyu said. "We are your household." "That," Namiri said, "is exactly why I am thanking you." Chapter 39, The Garden in Full. August arrived, and with it the particular quality of Japanese summer that is not simply hot but is heat as a full sensory experience, the weight of the air, the way the light acquires density, the specific sound of cicadas that is so associated with the season that it functions as a kind of announcement. The garden was at its fullest. What had been bare hedges and dormant soil and a few plant markers in the November of their arrival was now a genuinely extraordinary space. Hain had been tending it since March with the patient expertise of someone who had come to understand each plant's specific requirements and had provided them. The result was the kind of garden that looks, to someone seeing it for the first time, as if it has always been this way, as if it grew naturally into its current form rather than being deliberately built. The cherry tree at the far end was in full summer leaf, the blossoms long gone and the green canopy now the dominant fact of the space. The stone path wound through plantings that were varied in height and texture, creating the sense of a space that rewards exploration. The planters on the windowsills that Hain had started in winter had been supplemented by larger ones along the garden wall, and the herbs they contained had grown to the full expression of what they were. On summer evenings the household gathered in the garden sometimes, the way households gather outdoors in warm weather when the interior has absorbed the day's heat and the garden offers something cooler. They brought chairs and food, and the conversations that happened in the garden had a quality different from the kitchen conversations and the living room conversations, more open, less structured, shaped by the expansiveness of the outdoor space. On one such evening in mid-August, the full household was outside in the extended light of the late summer afternoon. Kazuki and Misa were at the far end of the garden, engaged in what had become their characteristic mode of interaction, the quiet company of two people who did not need conversation to sustain comfortable proximity. Hain was tending something along the garden wall with the focused attention she brought to the living things. Yoichi was in his chair near the cherry tree, reading from the tablet he had become comfortable with and which he used primarily for the historical research that had become one of his organizing activities since his return. Namiri and Ryukyu were at the garden table with whatever document they were currently working through together, which this week was the framework for the public-facing dimension of the disclosure that Phase 3 required. Izuku was sitting on the low stone wall at the edge of the path with Nana beside him. They were talking, but not about the work. They were talking in the way that had developed between them over the months since the winter garden conversation, the easy, specific, personal talking of two people who have made a decision about each other and are living inside the decision. She was describing something from her original life, an incident from early in her career that she had recalled with the particular quality of memory that makes old things feel immediate, and he was listening with the full attention he gave things that mattered, and the summer evening was doing what summer evenings do, extending the light past when light has any right to be and making the world feel, briefly, spacious. He looked at the garden. At the people in it. At the specific fact of each of them, Yoichi who had been the beginning, Nana who had been the first miracle and was now the person beside him on the stone wall, Namiri, and Ryukyu and Hain and Kazuki and Misa, each one distinct and each one part of the weight he was carrying and each one part of why the carrying was possible. He thought about the version of himself who had sat alone on the floor of an apartment a year ago and opened the power to do something unprecedented and terrifying and necessary. That person had been right about the necessity. He had underestimated what it would become. "You are doing the thing," Nana said. "Which thing?" "The cataloging," she said. "You catalog the people you love when you think you are just looking." He turned to look at her. "You notice everything." "You taught me to," she said. "By example." "I have been watching you pay attention for almost a year and the quality of attention is contagious." He looked at her for a moment with the particular directness that had become their characteristic mode with each other. "I was thinking," he said, "about what this is. What we have built. Whether there is a name for it that is adequate." "A household," she said. "A household," he agreed. "But more than." A household with a purpose that is real and large and shared. A place where people who were lost have been found. A place where the weight of an impossible inheritance has been made possible to carry. He paused. I have been trying for months to understand what the right word is. Does it need a word? She said. He thought about this. No, he said. Maybe not. Maybe the thing is big enough that naming it would make it smaller. Or, she said, and her voice had the quality it had when she was going to say something true and direct, maybe the word is simply home. He sat with this. The garden held them in its summer fullness, and the light was extended past what it had any right to be, and the people in the garden were real and present and alive in the world, and he looked at the word she had given him and found that it fit. Home. Yes. That was the adequate word. Chapter 40, The Emperor's Court at 1 year. The anniversary was not observed formally. The household had not designated a date and did not hold a ceremony, because they were not the kind of people who needed the external structure of ceremony to mark something significant. They knew what the date was. They knew what it had been 1 year ago. 1 year ago Izuku had sat alone on the floor of an apartment and opened the power and brought Nana Shimura back to the world. On the anniversary, the household went about its mourning in the way it had been going about mornings for a year. Runs in the early light. Tea made by whoever arrived in the kitchen first. The particular sounds of people occupying shared space with the consideration that had become habitual, the calibrated awareness of 9 individuals who had learned to be in a house together without the being together costing any of them their fundamental character. After breakfast, Izuku went to the garden. He sat on the stone wall where he had sat with Nana in August and looked at the garden in the quality of the early autumn light that was different from summer's heat, clearer, carrying the first edges of the season to come. Nana came out after a few minutes and sat beside him. Then Namuri, with 2 additional cups of tea. Then Ryukyu, and Hain, and Yoichi. Then Kazuki and Misa, who came out together and found chairs and positioned them in the configuration of the full household assembled. No one had organized this. It had simply happened, the way things happen in a household that has been together long enough for the household to know when it is supposed to be together. They sat in the garden in the early autumn light, 9 people, and the silence they shared was the comfortable silence of people who do not need to fill it. Yoichi spoke first. He had a quality in important moments of speaking first, of opening the space, that Izuku had come to think of as an expression of the same instinct that had led him to build the power in the first place. The willingness to take the first step when the step needed to be taken. 1 year, Yoichi said. 1 year, the household responded. Not in unison, not as a performance. In the natural way of people confirming a true thing. I want to say something, Yoichi said, that I have been thinking about how to say for a while and have not yet found the right words for, and I am going to say it in the wrong words because I think the wrong words are better than continued silence. He paused. I built one for all to be a correction, he said. A counter to something that had become wrong in the world. I did not expect to survive long enough to see what the correction became. I certainly did not expect to be here, in a garden, a year after being brought back from a condition I did not expect to return from, with 8 people who are simultaneously the most extraordinary individuals I have ever known and the people whose mourning habits I have become extremely familiar with. He paused again. What I built was a weapon, in the practical sense. It was intended to fight something. What it has become is a home. I did not build a home. I built the possibility of one, without knowing that is what I was doing. And someone who had not yet been born when I built it, he looked at Izuku, turned the possibility into the actual thing. The garden was quiet. You all did, Izuku said. You started it, Nana said. Simply. You always start things. That is what you do. And then we continue them, Namuri said. Which is what we do. Ryukyu was looking at the garden with the expression she wore when she was fully present in a moment and was aware of being so. This is what I did not have, she said. 4 years. The specific thing. The people who know the full weight and choose to be near it anyway. Not because it is their assignment. Because they want to be. None of us had it, Hain said. In any of our lives. In any of the eras we came from. It was not available. It is available now, Kazuki said. Because he made it available, Misa said, and looked at Izuku with the steady directness of someone stating a fact that does not require decoration. Izuku looked at each of them. The full household in the early autumn garden, the specific faces of the people who had changed what it was possible for him to be and what it was possible for him to do. The weight he had carried was distributed across all of them and had been for a year and would continue to be distributed, growing as the work grew, manageable because it was shared. He did not have words adequate to what he felt. He had never had words adequate to the most significant things, which was why he took notes, which was why he had filled 12 notebooks and 4 more since, which was why he had, over the course of a year, said the important things directly when the right moment arrived rather than holding them in the inadequate word. He said the important thing directly. "Thank you," he said. "For being here. For coming back. For staying." He paused. "For being the people you are specifically, which is the only version of this that could have worked." The garden held them in its autumn morning, and the cherry tree was in its seasonal turn, the leaves beginning the process of their annual transformation toward the colors that would precede their falling, and the plantings along the wall were late summer heavy, and the stone path ran between them in the way it had run since Hain had first walked it in winter to understand what it contained. 1 year. 9 people. The power of 8 generations living in the world it had been built to protect, held by the hands and hearts of a household that had been made from the unprecedented and the impossible and the entirely, completely real. The work ahead was large. The world was complex and the commission relationship required continued navigation and the public dimension of the disclosure was ongoing and there would be operations that tested them and moments that cost them and the long-sustained labor of being what they had decided to be in a world that did not yet fully have the language for it. All of that was true and all of it was ahead of them. For this morning, in this garden, at the end of the first year, they were simply together. The Emperor of the Living Power and his court of returned heroines sat in the garden they had grown from winter soil, and the season was turning, and the light was clear, and every person in that garden had been lost and had been found and was, in every way that the word could mean, home.